good time to have a mechanical problem for Nasser Bouhanni. All calm in the peloton, and a change of bikes. That's the easy way to fix it. It will pose a small challenge for the race officials, but nothing really to worry about. What will be missing from this spare bike of Nasser Bouhanni is the little chip that they all put on their bike that indicates when they go across the finish line. It's caused a few surprises in the past when riders have done this. Way back in 1991, Rolf Sorensen was in the race then, wearing the yellow jersey as the overall race leader. He crashed, and he crashed really heavily. He was in the yellow jersey, actually broke his collarbone, but he broke his bike as well. Picked himself back up, jumped onto the bike of a teammate, and got across the finish line, enough still to hold on to the yellow jersey. But it was a different number on the bike that they saw go across the line, so it took a while for the officials then to go through the footage to say, yeah, okay, that is the yellow jersey in that position. Same time, he is still in yellow. Unfortunately for Rolf, he didn't get to collect the yellow jersey. He was quickly into the back of an ambulance, and the scissors were taken to that yellow jersey. It was cut off. They needed to look after his broken collarbone. He went off the hospital and didn't start the next day. Manuel Mori from UAE, just the one win to his name throughout his career. That was 10 years ago when he managed to pick up the victory in the Japan Cup. The monument of the Junction, which dates back to September the 12th of 1944. This was a coming together of a few various regiments, and as a result of that, they've put that little monument up, and off to either side of it, there's a Jeep and a truck with two vehicles symbolising the coming together of various regiments to fight for the liberation of France at the back end of the Second World War. And as we head to Newey St George, good to know that Matt Goss, the Tasmanian, is watching the race. The Aussie who won a stage of Paris-Nice into this town back in 2011 before he went on to be the first Australian to win Milan-San Remo. The same year, Goss came ever so desperately close to the rainbow jersey when he picked up the silver medal at the World Championships in Copenhagen, Denmark. He did get beaten by Mark Cavendish, and there is no shame in that. It was a brilliant performance at the World Championships, Gossie, and you should be really proud of the career that you had, and I hope you're enjoying retirement. Further back down the line, just behind the yellow jersey, Edvald Bosenhagen, chatting to his former teammates. It's Luke Rowe that he's having the conversation with. All smiles now, Edvald Bosenhagen. Concedes he made a bit of a mistake yesterday, Edvald Bosenhagen, by hitting the front way too soon. In fact, it was with some 400 metres still to go on the stage. The Château-Buzy-Rabutin, which we're now getting a chance to fly over the top of. And this is often referred to as the home of the illustrious. State-owned property, it has been since 1929, and it's managed by the Centre of National Monuments for the Minister of Culture. And the reason being, not so much because of the beauty of it with the stunning moat that goes around the outside, but it's because of who lived here. And it was Roger de Bussy-Rabutin, the general of the royal armies of Louis XIV. A military man, he participated in several campaigns, and he was imprisoned for 5 months in the Bastille as punishment for his oversights while serving of not stopping some of his soldiers who were smuggling salt. He was later pardoned by the king in 1683. But his castle was partly destroyed and later rebuilt by the French government. And a beautiful chateau it is indeed. Still with the breakaway group of four. Robbie McEwen, incidentally, he has arrived at the finish line. He's in the process of getting cleaned up and change out of the Lycra into normal kit. He'll be joining me in commentary shortly, and he'll be able to give us the inside word as to the conditions across the last 30 or 40 kilometres or so. He's had a chance to ride it. Did get a text message from him very early on saying the wind is blowing. We could get a bit of action with the echelons. Plenty of calories being burnt on the stage today. In fact, around about 6,000 calories is the estimate for the amount of calories that would be burned on a stage like this. 213 kilometres. To put that into easier terms to understand, that's around about 30 croissants. Another warm day as the journey south continues throughout the tour. The mountains await tomorrow, where the temperature might be a little bit cooler at the top of Station de Rus, but the racing will be a lot hotter. A bit more intensity tomorrow, we expect. The breakaway will think it's a chance. Today, they know the odds are firmly against them. This is Johan Gen. Experienced Frenchman from Direct Energy. Dylan Van Baarle in the green colours. Manuel Mori in the white of UAE. And at the back, also in the white colours, the man who got it all started, the 30-year-old Maxime Bouet. So close last year, Maxime Bouet, to his first stage victory in a Grand Tour, when he finished second through the Basque Country to Jens Kerkelaer on a stage in the Volta de España.
Go. Save it for the weekend. Long, very hot day. And with the wind conditions and the direction the race goes at the end, well, these guys are going to get eaten up and spat out the back, so they consider it's not worth wasting your energy on a breakaway today. And I think this sprint is pretty much the only reward they're going to get. Possibly someone on the podium for the Prix de la Combativité, the red number of the most aggressive rider on the stage. And as we look at the sprint, this final kilometre, just dragging slightly uphill. You wouldn't call it a hill, but it's not quite flat. Try and get a bit of a read on the wind direction. And I think at the moment it's still mostly headwind, a little bit from the right-hand side, but not spreading them too far across the road.
The bulk of the spectators, though, will be waiting at the intermediate sprint point as we rub our hands together in anticipation. Not so much from this group, but again, to take a preview for the bunch sprint by looking back to see what happens in the peloton. Dylan Van Baarle, the 24-year-old, the youngest member of the breakaway, with a little shake of their head. He's the rider from this group that I believe has got the most talent of any of them. There's two 36-year-olds and a 30-year-old in here. He's the youngest member in the move. And I think by the time he's done, he'll have some big victories to his name. Manuel Mori from the UAE squad, their second day in the breakaways. Maxime Bouet, he started this breakaway. The white colours at the back of the group. He's going to jump and catch them by surprise. There's your answer. Somebody wants it, and it's Maxime Bouet, and so too does Manuel Mori. He gets on term. He's into the slipstream of Maxime Bouet, and now over the top. Maxime Bouet, a look of disappointment as he turns across to see that Mori wanted the points even more. Johan Gen and Dylan Van Baarle not interested. And now we await the arrival of the peloton, and that will be a quick sprint.
Manuel Mori, the Italian, super experienced. I think it's fair to say he's a veteran. He's been around for a very long time. Hard to pull the wool over his eyes, and Bouet just found that out. Mori, not a sprinter, but fairly rapid. But that experience, knowing he's possibly going to get jumped from behind, so he's obviously waited for it. Heard the click of the gears, I reckon, as well. That's the sort of thing you listen for. You don't make it obvious you're watching, but you're waiting for signs. You're looking for a shadow, listen to the click of the gears, you know they're coming. And now the rest of the peloton is coming. Bahrain Merida on the front for Sonny Colbrelli. FDJ, they're there for Arnaud Demar. Stibar up there trying to guide Marcel Kittel. Alexander Kristoff ready to have a crack as well for Katusha.
This is Adashiro who sits at the front. It's Gregor Boll who's just behind him. Fourth in line, Stibar, the former cyclocross world champion. Gravel, no problem. I'm at home. He looked comfortable, but it's caused a little bit of a split. And now Marcel Kittel He's drifted a little bit further back. The green jersey is well placed. He's got himself now up onto the wheel of Sonny Colbrelli. As Gordoneri steps out of the way. Michael Matthews is maintaining his position, 50 kilometres per hour. Now Quick-Step, they're looking for Marcel Kittel, and he is nowhere to be seen. They're not interested. This is a chance now for the green jersey, Arnaud Démare. Kittel is a long way back. Colbrelli now gets his nose in front. It's Alexander Kristoff who's trying to challenge. Démare, it's not a full gas sprint. He wants to save energy whilst picking up points. It's Colbrelli, Kristoff, Greipel, Matthews, and then at the back of the group, the green jersey, Arnaud Démare.
Arnaud Démare looks to me like he's having some sort of mechanical problem, not only sitting in the seat, but it looked like he couldn't get his gears going. He was in a much lighter gear and able to put no power down. Actually lucky, in fact, to get any points at all. Got rolled by the whole group that was sprinting. So I would say the next move for Arnaud Démare in the green jersey is to go back and visit the team mechanic. You see him there in the background looking down. Not a happy look on his face either, obviously. And
I wonder if he's got a spare green bike. I haven't seen the top of the FDJ car, but I wonder if there's an extra green bike there for him. Now is the time for the breakaway group to settle back into the rhythm. This is their moment where they need to open up the throttle a little. It's not quite full gas at this point, but there'll be a reorganisation back in the peloton, and they can hope, just maybe, to get their advantage back out to perhaps 2:45, probably not to 3 minutes, but they might be able to re-establish some sort of an advantage. Sabatini talking now with Lars back, a nod of the head. Lars agrees with whatever it was that Fabio Sabatini had to say. Galopin now smiling at the front. A few days ago, it was all grimaces from the Frenchman. They've changed direction, and it's no longer a crosswind. Crosstail is the most dangerous direction the wind can be in a bike race. Even more so than a cross headwind, because cross tailwind, the speed is that much higher, and the advantage of being in the slipstream is reduced ever so slightly by comparison to the headwind. The crosshead, when you sit at the wheel, you get a bit more reprieve when you're under shelter. Mate at the front for Cofidis, looking after their sprinter Nacer Bouhanni. No real concern at this point being expressed on the faces of the riders. Pantano off to the left-hand side, followed then by Marc Al-Irazar, and then it's Alberto Contador. So two of the men for the mountains protecting Alberto at this point. Daniele Vies is the rider at the front for BMC. Richie Porte is fourth in line behind the very tall Mickey Shah. It's Quick-Step at the front, and they're doing a lot of the pacemaking. Anthony McCrossan has managed to get their sports director, Tom Steels, on the phone. Here he is.
Tom, in the Quick-Step Floors team car, it looks like this race is about to get very interesting. The wind has strengthened. What is the thoughts in the Quick-Step car about what's going to happen on the run-in?
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. I mean, of course you're going to control, but there are some sections that can be quite dangerous, and the wind is picking up, so we for sure have to be careful. Come on, Ed. Wait, I have to call you back. There is no movement in the bunch.
Okay, no problem, Tom. Thanks very much. Okay. Bye-bye.
Well, you got a sense of the tension back in the team car there with Tom Steels, the sports director for the Quick-Step squad. He's a guy who knows all about the crosswinds, and he's put his men at the front, Robbie. He's waiting for the moment.
And you heard him, Matt, basically drop the phone, grab the team radio. You heard him saying, come on, eh? So he's making sure his team is up there and ready, because the last few days, positioning really hasn't been the strong point for Quick-Step Floors. We've seen Marcel Kittel so far back in the bunch. In Vittel, nowhere within sight of the front and without a chance of winning. Even yesterday, they were a long way behind. Luckily for them, the road opened up very wide. They got a chance to pass on the right, but positioning has not been their forte so far. So Tom Steels on the radio, he'll be constantly reminding his riders how far until they get to the spot where it's going to be windy. They will have had someone scouting this, as would many teams. You see Alberto Contador on the race radio as well. He's in 3rd position in the white on the left-hand side of the peloton.
In commentary, did you ever think you would hear yourself uttering the words that Quick-Step Floors haven't been riding great precision the last few days?
No.
Normally their forte. It's their strong suit.
My word I was thinking of. It's their forte. They're so good at it, and they've been so good at it for so long. They're renowned for it, and they've been doing it so badly. We'll see today if they've learned some lessons from the last few days, but it's hard to learn a lesson when you've got Marcel Kittel, who only needs a slim chance, and he gets up. He's already won 2, but today's a whole lot different because positioning, they're going to have to keep working. And there's a
Ball
crash.
in the peloton, and this is it. Roglic once again has gone down. That's for the 2nd time. Down for the Direct Energy squad. That is Roman Sicker, who we saw in the break a few days ago. And significantly from the Cofidis squad, that is Danny Navarro, their key climber for the big mountains. And that will only send more tension through the peloton. Roglic, his 2nd touchdown for the day. This is, by the looks of it, just a spectator on the side of the road, trying to help out.
Well, Roglic looked like he's waiting for another bike. That spectator, well, very kind of him to come and help out, straighten the handlebars, make sure the wheels still turn. But the back wheel looked like it was blocking somewhat, so maybe a spare bike for Roglic. But he's going to be up against it now. I think he'll get back to the peloton, but the way the peloton's starting to ride, it's going to be near on impossible to get to the front. And I'm 100% convinced it's going to split to pieces. So I think that'll be just about the last we see of Primoz Roglic. As the break, they're still at 2 minutes and 40 seconds out in front, more or less without a care in the world, because there's plenty of room on the road for them, even if it does get a little bit windy, hitting them from the side, and they've got about 18 kilometres till they get to that spot where it's likely to kick in. So good news for this group. If they can hang on until that moment and hang on until the peloton has split behind them, they'll be most likely swallowed up by a front group. And without much of a fight, they'll make up the front part of the race. Just depend, of course, how much they have left in the tank. They may get spat out the back, as Roglic is still standing on the side of the road. Just got the replacement bike.
And nearly taken out by the Astana car. Only just missed. This is going to be a very, very long chase for Roglic. It's really calm body language from Roglic, but that has taken an enormous amount of time.
Wow, this has really taken a long time to get a bike from the team car. And he'll be over a couple of minutes behind now, that peloton. They're getting faster and faster, so we maybe have to rely on the friendliness of other team directors, like you see here, Team BMC not flying past, but just slowing a little bit, enough for him to get in the slipstream behind the car. And that's one of those unspoken, a gentleman's agreement within the peloton when a rider's been had a crash, something like that. Help out each other in that sort of situation, give the rider a fighting chance to get back.
And it happened yesterday with Jürgen Ruhlans. Jürgen Ruhlans actually got a 30-second time penalty and a small fine as a result of spending too much time behind one of those cars as he was going through back to try and help his sprinter, Andre Greipel.
And he won't care because he got back to the front and he helped his sprinter. Whether he gets a time penalty, big deal.
These are the cliffs of La Baume Rouge, which they stand at nearly 130 metres tall, and not surprisingly, Robbie, they're pretty popular with climbers. It's been a protected site since 1942.
Not something you'll find me doing in a hurry.
You'd like to jump off and go paragliding.
Well, I was never much of a climber anyway, but something like that.
It's all relative, Robbie.
Not really my cup of tea.
All relative. Robbie McEwen says he wasn't.
He'll be trying to look after Simon Yates, also Esteban Chavez, but doesn't have big designs on the overall classification. They're going to take it day to day with Chavez. A little bit underdone for the Tour coming off injury, but certainly Simon Yates trying to protect that white young rider leader's jersey. So Kerkelere and Heyman, the classic specialists, they'll be the men trying to keep Simon Yates in position.
Not bad. A guy who's won Paris-Roubaix, another guy who's been top 10. Pretty handy support for Simon Yates.
Very handy support, but it's all about the timing. And is Simon Yates able to fight his way up?
Yes.
Because make no mistake, teams might be together, But once it comes to a crosswind, there is not much respect for that. It's every man for himself. And there'll be riders chopping in on other teams just for survival and that alone.
This breakaway group, every time we've gone to it, it's been the Dutchman, Dylan van Baarle, at the fronts. It may just be the timing of the camera going there, but surely it's not a complete coincidence that he's always been the rider on the front. If that has been the case, the others, they must let him collect that 1 point for the King of the Mountains jersey, shouldn't they?
Well, maybe because his teammates have been gunning for it so far in this tour, although now after La Planche de Belfi, that's gone over to Fabio Aru. Probably really doesn't bother these riders in the breakaway, really, who takes that 1 point. We saw at the sprint, Maury take full points there. I don't know if there'll be much of a battle for the 1 point, but you never know, because they might think, well, we're bound to get caught. It's worth getting something.
There might be from the Italian, Manuel Mori, because he's in the drops on the handlebars. And he was the one that got the intermediate sprint. I think he's up for it.
Yeah, well spotted, making the most of being out and now out of the saddle, following Van Baarle, not preparing to really take over for a turn of pace. And he's launching now. There he goes, Maury, tracked.
Followed closely, Maxime Bouet is up there looking for the 1 point as well. And there's Bouet in second spot. And Dylan van Baarle, he's the man that did all the work up here. But Manuel Amori has gone just a little bit too soon. There it is. And Van Baarle, after leading most of the way up the climb, looks as if he's keen for the point. Maxime Bouet most certainly is. The Frenchman almost over the top. The Italian Mori is fighting back, but he's squeezed against the barriers. That's some sprint for 1 point. And it's Maxime Bouet who collects, but only just.
Very close on the line. And Van Baarle, look, he's ranging up to try and pass to get that 1 point, but chose the wrong side. He went left, but as the road curved, the other riders went across to the left-hand side and shut him down. Bouet jumped over Maury, got a good jump on him. And as we saw earlier, it was Bouet who went forward first. Maury tracked him, but this time he's got the better of him. Little throw at the line by Maury, but too little too late. Bouet taking the 1 point on the Category 4. And now the peloton, well, nothing left for them in terms of points on the top of this Category 4 Côte d'Ursy. With 66 kilometres to go, the peloton now at 67 still. A kilometre out from the top of the climb. Steve Cummings at the back. And we won't be seeing a lot more of him in the final part of this race. And this is where he chooses to hang out. I'm sure it's going to split. Thomas De Gendt, he's trying to give a last water bottle delivery. He's got about a kilometre to make it happen before they start winding their way down the set. And Roglic is already back.
That's a quick return that Roglic has done really well because they were moving.
But we did say how he would get the advantage of riding between the team cars and slipstreaming his way back to the peloton. But after 2 crashes today, I wonder how much motivation he's got to get up near the front and fight for position. Someone who'd probably like to see him and have a bit of a hand is George Bennett, the Kiwi. He's going to ride any sort of general classification. Today's a day that is a real danger for him.
I asked you the question earlier on about who's most at risk, and we were thinking about those big names amongst the top 5. But today's a risky day for George Bennett if he does have ambitions for a top 15 even. And did you see who just arrived at the front? Jaime Zubeldia from Trek Segafredo. There he is. He collected the bins at the bottom. He used his brilliant climbing legs to get to the front. He didn't have to worry about the stress of a crosswind. He's multiple top 5 finisher in this race. He's handy support for Alberto Contador. And that experience, Chavanel, 17th Tour de France in black colours.
Down the back, one of the Katusha riders, or the Katusha rider we saw, was Niels Pollitt, the big German. You would think should be a key figure for Alexander Kristoff once they hit the crosswinds. But Niels Pollitt, we've already seen him in a breakaway, probably just a little bit spent from his efforts, and at the moment, not looking like he's going to be getting involved at the front of the peloton. 64.5 kilometres to go for our breakaway. 2 minutes 43 their lead over the peloton. And it's not going to be a case of the peloton chasing the break anymore. When these crosswinds kick in, that's going to happen by itself. It's more the battle not to get dropped, the battle to stay at the front and be in that front echelon when the proverbial hits the fan.
This is the Chateau Moncluleux La Matin that we're now getting a chance to take a look at it. And it's not so much the building that is important itself, but the man that it is named after, Alphonse Marie Louis de Prat de La Matin. He was one of the great romantic figures of French poetry and writing. He was also a politician, although he was never really elected as a member of Parliament. He was elected as a member of the French Academy, but not a Parliament member. However, he played a really significant role in French history. He was one of the founders of the French Society for Abolishing Slavery. And having gone from being a royalist to a republican with a noteworthy speech to make his statement about his switch, he played an important role during the Revolution of 1848, which went on to proclaim the Second Republic. And that was a house that he later brought in life, and the local history says that really was financially the beginning of his downfall. And once he had to sell that chateau, using some of his poetry, he wrote, "I sold the castle, but not its memories, the wood, but not the shadow, the water, but not the murmurs. All of this is in my heart and will die with me alone." Standing. And Lotto Soudal, they contributed to the chasing all day long also with the red colours moving towards the front. Alessandro De Marchi still at the back for BMC. 16 seconds, Dylan Van Baarle in the green colours. The Cannondale Drapac rider, surely at least he gets the most combative. He really has been the one driving this group. Now it's Gilbert.
And Gilbert driving the front of the peloton, trying to deliver Marcel Kittel to win number 3. And a shot at maybe taking the green jersey. He still is 33 points behind Arnaud Démare. So Démare really has to fade back to probably 4th place for Marcel Kittel to take it if he gets the win. But the thing that interests Kittel the most is the stage win itself. That will be mission accomplished for the day. But so many want to get their first win in this tour. Andre Greipel been frustrated. An attack now by Bouet in the front. Cohesion is gone.
They know they are going to be caught, and this is the battle to be the last caught and to try and get over the line for the most combative. Maxime Bouet in the white colours, he was the first rider to attack, and he wants a red number tomorrow. So too do the other 3.
Well, none of them willing to let somebody go. Dylan Van Baarle back at the front now. Johan Jean in 2nd position. Maxime Bouet, Manuel Mora, he slots into 4th position. And Van Baarle doing what he's just done all day, getting the tempo going again. He said, boys, what's the point of attacking each other? We're about to get caught. Let's just make it last as long as we can. And that takes all 4 of us. But Bouet, the Frenchman from the Fortunato Oscaro team, well, he now looks back and says, yep, we are doomed. I'll just do a turn.
And now it's calmed down at the front of the peloton again, just ever so slightly. More cross headwind at this point. Direct Energy moving forward.
Maury goes.
Bouet responds.
Johan Jean has had enough. The man from Direct Energy goes back. Maury pushes on. Bouet in 2nd wheel. Dylan Van Baarle, he said, I've done this much work. I'm going as far as anybody else goes.
Across the bridge. A little bit of respite as they head down this slight hill. Work turns, Dylan Van Baarle says. Maxime Bouet won't be, surely. He just wants that glory of being the last caught. Now the negotiations at the front.
There goes Johan Jean, caught through the peloton. No more interest in this stage for him. Manuel Mori pushing on a little bit. Every time someone does a turn, they look over the shoulder. Van Baarle puts it into the gutter, use that slight crosswind, acceleration, no one being offloaded. And it looks like these 3 will be going back to the peloton together unless we get a last-ditch attack,
and
which
there
we
it
do.
Is. Right on cue. How did you know that was going to happen? It's Manuel Mori, just for the prize of being the most combative. And Maxime Bouet, well, he wants to go on as well.
Back in the peloton, Katusha Alpecin and Quick Step Floors at the head, trying to release their 2 sprinters, Kittel and Alexander Kristoff. At the moment, no sign of FDJ, the team of green jersey wearer Arnaud Démare. but we've seen him up there right in the middle of the peloton, staying out of the wind and saving his team for when it really counts for the lead out.
A shaking of the hands at the front. They finally surrender. There's no more attacking each other. They all get caught en masse. Van Baarle in green, Bouet in white, and with the red helmet on, it is Manuel Amorti. And Race Radio just announcing the most combative will be Dylan Van Baarle from Cannondale Drapac in the green colours.
Fair enough. Good decision. And there's the catch. Our three now back in the peloton. 5.9 kilometres to go and not very far away from the last corner of today's stage.
The yellow jersey, Chris Froome, is a long way back to the right-hand side of screen.
He knows the wind conditions. He knows it's a straight-in run to the finish. So he's relaxed. He's getting out the way of the sprinters and let them battle it out for the stage win. Lotto Soudal now back up the middle with Andre Greipel. Orica Scott in the middle looking after Yates and Chavez. No sprinter. No need to be right at the front. Daniele Benati guiding Nairo Quintana. But look to the left-hand side of the road. They're the teams with the sprinters. Katusha Alpecin, Alexander Kristoff, Lotto Soudal, Andre Greipel. Quick-step floors with Marcel Kittel. Or will it again be Demar, who's further back right in the middle, but about 40th position. 5K to go. They'll cover this in around 5 minutes.
They make the right-hand turn for home, and it is the South African national time trial champion, Daryl Impey, who's on the front for Orica Scott. The green jersey of Arnaud Démare is a long way back. He has an enormous amount of work to do at huge speeds.
Well, Orica Scott, they said, we're at the front. We may not have a sprinter, but we're going to light things up anyway. Daryl Impey, the South African, he's the man setting the pace underneath the 5 kilometre to go banner. 51 kilometres an hour, and I think that's about to go a lot higher.
They are winding up. Direct Energy at the front for their sprinter, Adrian Petit. And Nairo Quintana is looking after himself. The men with the K on their back for Alexander Kristoff. The next to the red, that is for Andre Greipel. The Cofidis rider, it wasn't Nacer Bouhanni. Sonny Colbrelli with the gold helmet. Degan Colby is getting into the mix. There is the blue jersey of Marcel Kittel, the favourite for the stage. Port with his teammates. The green jersey with the blue and white train in front of him. Can Arnaud Démare make it in time? This is Roman Kreuziger, the new recruit to Orica Scots.
Kreuziger, Albacini, Impey, Simon Yates staying safe. Philip Gilbert grimacing, he's done his share of the work. FDJ, they've now moved out to the left of the peloton to bring Arnaud Démare to the front. And look at that long line, 66 kilometres an hour. That's not the lead out, there's still 4 kilometres to go, 67 kilometres an hour. Tailwind, that was a slight downhill. They go a little bit up again, and they're starting to bump and grind in the peloton. Quick step floors, bringing Kittel now towards the front.
Now Arnaud Démare has arrived. Katusha trying to squeeze up the inside of Orica Scott. Everybody breathe in. Toenail clippings for the spectators. They take a backward step. Bouhanni is already with the elbows out, and he's got the wheel of Démare. It's on.
Well, it's public knowledge these two don't appreciate each other's presence, and Bouhanni, he sees Démare in green, and he's seeing green. He's jealous. He wants that. He wants a stage win. Here it is. Just a little change of direction, more a balancing act than aggression, but it's maybe no coincidence that it's Démare and Bouhanni. Behind Démare, that's Lezer from Lotto NL Jumbo. He'll be looking for Groenewegen to get himself in position.
And Bouhanni has lost the wheel of the green jersey. With the energy spent, he slipped a little bit further back. Jack Bauer, it is in second position. Niels Pollitt at the front. Here comes the charge. FDJ, they're still talking from FDJ. Delage, he's the rider with the knee all bandaged up. The two Italians are waiting. Cimolai and Guarneri.
Konovalovas is there also for Arnaud Démare, and this is such a high speed, 75 kilometres an hour. That's the downhill through this little village. It kicks up again. I expect a sprint to be won at around 75 as well on the flat road. Sunweb coming for Michael Matthews, taking on FDJ at the front. Arnaud Démare, he's now in about fifth wheel and split around that traffic island. Katusha, they go right. FDJ, they go left. Where is Marcel Kittel? There's Bouhanni hiding in the middle. 2 kilometres to go. The peloton split in two.
Sunweb driving for Matthews, checking for his position. Kittel has worked his way through in blue. The train is trying to get organised, and it's a hip and shoulder with dimension data.
Sunweb, they're bringing Matthews. High-speed sprint, not his bread and butter. There he is, but he wants points for the green jersey. That green jersey that's just in front of him. Kittel, he's the furthest back. Following him is Nasser Bouhanni. He knows the man in form, but where is Andre Greipel and where is Lotto Soudal? They've been in the picture for so long. They're just not there. Bottom of picture, here comes Greipel. A lot of work to do at this speed.
It'll be 2 sprints inside the last 1,500 metres. Now it's Bernard Eisel at the front. He swings off. Scott Thwaites is the next. It's then Mark Renshaw, Reinhard Jens van Rensburg and Edvald Bosenhagen. 1 kilometre.
As they come up this final straight, it's not completely straight. It curves a little bit. They'll only see the finish for 150 to go. And Quick-Step, the best looking lead out they've managed to do so far in this Tour de France, but they're still not all together. Just 2 riders left in front of Marcel Kittel. Fabio Sabatini sitting in the wheel in second position. He's waiting for his moment to go. This last kilometre over so quickly. Bouhanni, he's out of position. Teammate bringing him up. He's trying to get to Kittel. Here goes Sabatini. It's about to get underway.
Sabatini opens up and he steps out of the way. It's Van Rensburg who's at the front, followed then by Bosenhagen. Kittel, he's got Bouhanni in the slipstream. It's Christoph who's trying to move around the outside. Matthews is just behind Groenewegen, and then it is also Degenkolb. The South African champion steps away. Bosenhagen opens up. The Norwegian, Christoph is challenging. Matthews around the outside. It is Bosenhagen through the middle in a photo with Kittel. It's unconfirmed.
I think Bosenhagen might have made up for that huge mistake of yesterday going too early. Gone from the front. Has he managed to hold off Marcel Kittel? Michael Matthews was closing so fast.
The Norwegians are next to us and the Tribune is shaking. They are jumping up and down, waiting for the photo, waiting for confirmation. Many are rushing to Kittel, others are rushing to Bosenhagen. Our camera thinks it's Kittel. Does Kittel believe it's Kittel?
I'm not convinced yet. I've got to see it again. I've got to see a photo so close. Oh, it's Marcel Kittel by a hair's width.
Number 3, it was Kittel from that angle. We wait the photo. Here's another look at it. Confirmation for Kittel. You just heard him.
Michael Matthews on the left, Kittel on the far right. Christoph fades, Kittel comes. From the top, you would still think Bosenhagen won. And when we see that photo finish, if it indeed is Marcel Kittel, it'll be 1 pixel on a photo finish.
10 PSI in the tyre.
It looks like heartbreak for Edvald Bosenhagen in the absence of Mark Cavendish stepping up. Yesterday went way too early. Today his timing looked perfect. 5 centimetres from the line, I thought he had it won. And neither of them with a proper throw to the line, exhausted, getting that last pedal stroke out. And there,
draw.
I would love to see
Draw.
a dead heat.
Michael Matthews in 3rd. We are trying to tune into race radio to hear any updates.
Marcel Kittel with that last little push, far from an extended lunge to the line. And what we're listening for in French on race radio are the words ex aequo, which means a dead heat. On top, Marcel Kittel, second Edvald Bosenhagen. It's going to come down to 1 pixel on the photo finish.
You need high definition to separate that. In the analog era, it would have taken a while for the film to come.
If I was Edvald Bosenhagen, I would want to be going to the photo finish booth and see it. Confirmation for Kittel. A long wait to confirm. That's 3. And if I was Dimension Data, I'll be asking to see the photo.
They've spent
Nothing in it.
They've spent enough time with the jury.
It's worth another visit.
Look at that.
But on that shot,
That's the
that
wrong
one
shot.
there,
It needs to be a frame back.
it needs to be a frame back, but when we saw that in slow motion coming across the line, it did indeed look like Marcel Kittel by the thickness of the tread of his tyre, and he's riding a slick.
And the Norwegians have just about broken the table. They're melting down next door. Edvald Boasson-Hagen so close after all the mistakes that he made yesterday. It would have been a wonderful story for the win, but the brilliance of Marcel Kittel again has risen to the top. Who doesn't want to look at it? Edvald Boasson-Hagen.
If I was him, I'd want to go and inspect it. Michael Matthews in third, the Australian. Great sprint from him. Christoph in fourth. Degenkolb getting to do his sprint. No work needed for Alberto Contador. It was a long wait to see, but what a sprint it was. And I'm looking forward to seeing the telemetry as well.
Oh, fast. And the green jersey now goes to Marcel Kittel. Robbie, take us through it.
Arnaud Demar a long way back in green, tracking his teammate, but at the front, Marcel Kittel taken, but it was Dimension Data who came and took over. Edvald Boasson-Hagen crawling along the barriers. Kittel back to third, Buani in fourth. Arnaud Demar, he is caught a long way back, even behind lead-out riders. So is Andre Greipel, and at these speeds, you can't afford to step out and go from there to catch up. They just got caught too far back, put themselves right out of it. Boasson-Hagen sets on. Christoph tries to come round him. Matthews comes out of the wheel on the left, but Marcel Kittel, that big gear, he just looked to have an extra cog compared to the others. And that mini throw for the line got the job done.
And one more from you in regards to Edvald Boasson-Hagen. What about the lead-out job from the South African national champion, Reinhard Jens van Rensburg? Oh, that was good.
That was an incredible lead-out because Sabatini from Quick Step Floors for Kittel had started the lead-out. He wasn't finished his lead-out. Dimension Data just crunched over the top of him, took control. I eat my words. I said they should choose Renshaw over Boasson-Hagen. With that, he's redeemed himself from yesterday with a botched sprint. And I really feel for him. I honestly do. To be beaten by such a tiny margin, and we still don't even know what that margin is.
You feel for him. Turns out you're human. Let's check out the speeds. Up over 70 kilometres per hour. The throw to the line. Even at that angle, it looked like it was Boasson-Hagen. He must have been really storming. Michael Matthews, a good result for third. On the sort of sprint that he has set himself isn't ideal for him. That angle provides a completely different view of the world to the side-on one, which does have Kittel ever so slightly in front. That was something else. Now the celebration. There's Julien Vermont and Luca Brambilla. Rider at the back of the group. He's the best placed in the general classification from this contingent. He's a minute and 7 seconds behind the yellow jersey, Chris Froome. He's now the virtual race leader.
Well, two riders from BMC in this counter-attack out of that big group. And up there they had Nicola Roach, Michael Schad and Greg van Avermaet. Two of the three in this group now. That's Valgren going through for Astana. Thomas de Gendt here. He's pushing the sunglasses back up onto his face. Greg van Avermaet slots into last position. Back in the peloton though, or is this the group of 50? This is the group of 50. So this is the original breakaway at the back of the group here. Pierre-Roger Latour. He's the man who's got so much to gain, not only in the white jersey competition, possibly for the yellow jersey. This group over 3 minutes. But you've seen, with so many riders, there's so many passengers. Greg van Avermaet, he thought, no time like the present to keep going while everyone's still suffering. Try and get a smaller, more efficient group off the front. There's Kunde Kort at the back, number 32. Number 113, there's Emmanuel Buchmann, the German. Michael Schad. Number 14, that's Matthias Frank, also made the split. Number 12, Jan Bakelands. front of them, Thomas De Gent. And for Direct Energy, that's Romain Sicard who's made the split.
And look at the spread across the road. The leading riders, the remnants of the breakaway at 30 seconds. Then, the remnants are at 2:32. They're chasers to try and go across, actually. They're stuck in the middle. Then the peloton with the yellow jersey. Then the green, or the former green jersey, Arnaud Demar, almost 10 minutes behind. It'll be roughly somewhere around the 40-minute mark, the elimination time today. It's starting to get a little dangerous for Arnaud Demar.
It's getting dangerous, and I'm not even sure it's going to be up as high as 40 minutes. It sometimes is in the mountain stages, even up to 45, 50 on the really long, tough ones. This is only a medium mountain stage. Let's say if the time cut was only 10% of the winner's time, and they take 5 hours, that's 300 minutes, 10%, 30 minutes is the cut. You're 10 minutes behind after 82 kilometres of racing. With all the climbs yet to come, danger.
Kavita's car trying to get past Team Sky with Vasil Luketienko setting the tempo at the front. They're already trying to contain a deficit of 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Richie Porte, the rider who is second in line from BMC. Generally easy to spot because he's got that gold chain just swinging in the breeze. The breakaway, the split from the breakaway, they're about to head into the feed zone. And huge representation of Dutch and Belgian riders in this group. Jan Bakelans, Kundekoort, Greg Van Avermaet. And then we look at Kerkele, Pauls, De Gent. De Gent is the rider here at the back of the group. Further down, Laurens ten Dam. So those riders that I just mentioned their names, in this leading group, they're either of Dutch or Flemish-speaking origin. So that is the classic move for the riders from that part of the world to get into a break.
And those guys, they all know Greg Van Avermaet so well, and they know the moment that he lifts his backside out of the saddle, it's time to lift your own and go with him.
Sylvain Chavanel, now the rider in the black colour, sitting down at the back. It's not often that he gets it wrong in terms of assessing the breakaway and which point to go. And at this stage of the race, I think Sylvain Chavanel will continue just to relax at the back of the group and patiently wait to see how it unfolds, because he's already spent a lot of energy. Rudy Millar in there for the FDJ team, sitting down towards the back of the group also. A good breakaway to be in if you don't have to do any of the pacemaking. You can be a passenger, not spend any more energy than you would if you were sitting in the peloton.
Well, that's the very reason that Greg Van Avermaet went on the attack again. Too many passengers in that 50-man group, so trying to whittle things down. And with so many Belgian and Dutch riders in that new front group, the communication will be perfect. And also what's perfect for BMC is they've got riders up the front. 2 men in that breakaway. They'll sit behind Team Sky all day.
Here's the breakaway group. The split that's gone forward. Laurens ten Dam in the white colours. Jan Bakelans through this feed zone. It's a chance for them, really, through this feed zone. If they can do it quickly and get back on the pedals, they can build up even more of their advantage.
We'll look at Van Avermaet at the front.
Doing exactly that.
That's Simon. No, it's not Simon Clark. That's out of the peloton from one of the Cannondale Drapac riders. So that's quite odd at this moment in time to see someone jumping away like that. If he's just getting up at, no, that's off the 50-man group.
It was Simon Clark. You were right the first time.
Such a big group. I saw so many Sky riders. The group's so massive, but Simon Clark, he's missed the boat, and he decided through the feed, that's the time when I'm going to leave this group behind and try and get across. Good thinking. Some might say, isn't it the unspoken etiquette you don't attack through the feed? You don't attack the peloton through the feed. Situation like this, it's all happening now. You attack and counter-attack whenever you want, whenever it's necessary. And it may yet still be too late for Simon Clark. Good on him for going now, making the most of his opportunity.
He's got a bit of chasing to do, but he's got a teammate in the breakaway. The rider in the breakaway for the Cannondale Drapac team is Alberto Bettiol. So now for the Italian Robbie, he can sit at the back and say, I've got Clark coming across, I can wait.
He'll be told that Clark is coming across. He won't have to contribute. He'll wait for him. Clark has about a 30 to 35 second gap that he's trying to cross. It may be handy if he can get to about 10 or 15 seconds that Bettiol actually drops back and picks him up and paces him over that last little part of the gap. But we'll see if Clark can get at least that halfway across for Bettiol to even consider dropping back to help him. As Chris Froome sitting nice and easy on the back of his team, but not all of them. 3 of them up in the break. It's yet to be decided what they're going to do with Christian Knies. Does he drop back and help, or does he stay out there and patrol?
But it is still a good position to be in. Much better than having riders having lost contact. One man from Team Sky has lost contact, and that was Luke Rowe. Jan Bakelandt at the front. Next in line with the red helmet on, that is Kundekoorts. There's Greg Van Avermaet, the Olympic Games gold medalist. You can see the hint of gold on the jersey and on the bike. Serge Pals is the next one through. Mikkel Shah having a bite to eat. It was then Lawrence ten Dam, Jens Kerkelaer, and Matthias Frank. A significant group out in front. This is Marcus Burkhardt who's trying to bridge the gap. Matteo Trentin is the rider at the front, and at the rear of that group, grimacing, is Warren Barguil. He has gone through the feed zone, and it's like he's just put his school bag on, and he's going to wait till he gets to class and unloads. At the rate that these 3 guys are going across, he hasn't had a chance yet to take lunch out. They are fully committed to try and bridge this gap. Matteo Trentin, what an enormous performance. He rode so well in Dusseldorf, finishing 6th in the individual time trial. Has been sick for a few days, and now he's coming good. And Barguil is just swinging in the breeze.
He is really struggling to hold the wheel of these two. Burkhardt, a big, powerful man, but Trentin also forms part of the lead-out train. A very important part. Only just a couple of places in front of Marcel Kittel, so he's got that power, he's got that speed. He's blasted across the gap.
And seeing the effort that they made, what does that tell you about how difficult it is going to be for Simon Clark?
Incredibly difficult. When these guys had to work together at full sprint to close the gap, not looking good for Simon Clark. And some incident back here for one of the riders. I don't know, is that
through the feed zone? And there's a musette that has been caught up in the bike. Area Lacour, so at the back of the race. And he's had a crash as a result of that as well. You can see a lot of bark off on the left-hand side. I think
one of
it
the
might have been
riders
Scott
from
Thwaites.
Dimension Data in any case. Team Sky unloading the bags. Second position there, Mikhail Kwiatkowski. He's got everything he wants. Winds the handle of the bag around it. You don't want it flapping around, getting caught in anything. And now for the throw. There it goes. Souvenir for one lucky spectator, but that's one of the techniques. You've got to be thinking about the guys behind you, particularly when you've got a guy like Chris Froome riding behind. You just don't throw the bag away with that strap just flying in the breeze. Could get tangled on someone's handlebars or in their wheel. We've seen that crash of the Dimension Data rider. Can't be too careful when you've got a 3-time Tour de France winner riding behind you. This now, the front group. Serge Pals on the left from Team Dimension Data. Lawrence ten Dam taking over his turn of pace.
This is developing into an intriguing race. There are 16 riders off the front, 14 riders then, or 34 riders I should say, then chasing. Then we have the peloton who find themselves at 3 minutes and 41 seconds down. Michael Kwiatkowski now on the front, the former world champion, followed by former time trial world champion, just behind him, Vasil Kirienko.
Now, Greg Van Avermaet's got in this move, and a lot of people will be saying, well, Greg Van Avermaet, big favourite for the win. But don't forget what's yet to come. Category 3, Category 2, and then a Category 1 climb up to Station de Rousse before they've got 12 kilometres through to the finish line. But Greg Van Avermaet, he's going to have his work cut out to go with the likes of riders like Bookman on that final climb, especially the Category 1. And behind in that chasing group, Team Emirates, UAE, burying themselves, trying to narrow the gap. But all the time, The gap is getting bigger. And the average speed of the race so far, 46.5 kilometres an hour on a course like this.
And they've gained a lot of altitude. They started at 200 metres above sea level. They're now up along a plateau that's around sort of the 550, 600 metres above sea level. And an average speed of 46 plus kilometres per hour. That is moving. The Col d'Azur, which they're about to go on to. This is the first of the categorised climbs today. It's a Category 3 climb. They're 2.2 kilometres away from hitting the bottom of it. It's 6.1 kilometres in length with an average gradient of 4.7%.
So this is the chance for any climbers in the first chasing group to try and get across to this leading group. Last check, they were 48 seconds behind. We saw Trentin and Burkhardt, well, they used their size, their power and their speed to their advantage. And Barguil, he didn't miss it. He jumped in the wheel and got across. But the more pure climbers from that chasing group, this is their chance to get across on this Category 3 climb.
Froome still trying to stay cool. You could just see at the back of his jersey between the shoulder blades, loaded up with a stocking full of ice. And that peloton is small, would be the best way to describe it. The exact count, we're not sure, but the official interpretation is small. 50 riders forward on the road, and there's those that have been dropped. The Arnaud Démare group, Robbie, 12.5 minutes. It makes you grimace as a sprinter.
I was in the same situation on this very stage 7 years ago and made it inside the time cut with the big group by the skin of my teeth. Suffering so badly, I'd had 2 bad crashes. I was honestly hopeless. And thanks to one of my colleagues, different team, mind you, Karsten Kroon, he just gave me those little helping hand pushes near the end of the final climb to keep me in that group. I was lucky to hang in for another day. And that's what it's going to feel like for those riders off the back. They're going to battle all day long, and all they're thinking about is time. They're not thinking about getting back to the peloton. They know that's not going to happen, but it's just limiting the losses and riding as hard as they possibly can all day. As now the chase of this original 50-man break being led by Team Katusha, Team UAE Emirates, also still contributing to that chase. Daryl Impey in 3rd position because he's also missed out.
This is Lamatinka on the front for the Katusha squad. And now the peloton, what's left of it, being led by 2 men who've won rainbow jerseys. One against the clock, the other in the road race. Almost 3 minutes and 40 seconds, the gap between these leaders and the main peloton. Warren Barguil now setting the tempo, followed by Mickey Shah. And the rider from BMC, he's not really doing too much pacemaking, just a little bit. He'll roll over. But you can see he's not really working at all because his instructions out in front are twofold. One, well, if anybody from this group is going to win, we need it to be Greg Van Avermaet from our team. And number 2, hey, Richie Porte is priority number 1, and he's back with the yellow jersey of Chris Froome.
And the riders they don't want to get too much time ahead is Pierre Latour and Emmanuel Buchmann. You can't afford to get surprised in the Tour de France and give big time gaps. This is the chasing group, led all still by Lamatink. Daryl Impey in 2nd position there, but a BMC rider protecting the lead of his teammates up the front. And Team Sky, all 3 that made that 50-man split are in this group. And looking further back, Simon Clark, he's been re-caught by this group, unable to make the junction like Trentin, Burkhardt and Barguil did. But thinking of the 3 Sky riders in that group, they're effectively being put into no man's land. The decision needs to be made what they do with them. Leave them up there to get over a couple of climbs and then help. Or for someone like Sergio now to try and go across to that leading group, put himself in contention for the stage win. Christian Knies, he's better to use the time gap he's built up at the moment to get over the Category 3 and the Category 2 and be able to do something for the team, do some pacemaking at some point. Possibly, he may try and stay in front to the top of the Cat 1 and then the last 12 kilometres be there for Chris Froome.
On to the base of the Col de l'Azur, the breakaway contingent of 16. They hold on to a 40-second lead on their former breakaway companions, a group containing some 34 riders. Bookman, the rider who is the best placed overall, at 1:29 seconds down is Warren Barguil. He's not content. We saw the Frenchman only moments ago in conversation with Mickey Shah from BMC. Not happy that the big Swiss rider wasn't working. So now Barguil, he goes on the charge on his own. Well, not for long, because Serge Pals is on his way. From very early on in his career, number 143, Warren Barguil, has had a reputation for being tough and determined. You wouldn't expect anything else from somebody from Brittany. This year, at the beginning of May, he crashed in the Tour of Romandy and fractured his pelvis. He's now in the Tour de France, just a couple of months on, and he's racing at the front on the hunt for a stage victory. Thomas Voeckler at the rear of the group, the ever-popular Frenchman. That's the rear of the peloton. Also in that peloton, we could still see Nacer Bouhanni from Team Cofidis. And if Bouhanni is still there, with all due respect to him, it's an indication that the pace isn't particularly quick. Not yet anyway. As Barguil, another look at that attack from the Frenchman.
Well, Matt, I might have to pull you up on that one. The pace isn't particularly quick. It is. It is on. Guys like Démare are more than 12 minutes behind. Everybody is hurting. I think Nacer Bouhanni is on a particularly good day. He's a sprinter, not a climber, but he's lightly built and he deals with the climbs not too bad. I don't expect him to be there over the Category 2 and the Category 1, of course, but a great ride by him. But it's guys in form. Marcel Kittel is also still there. He's about as far from a climber as you can get, but he's in great shape.
Well, perhaps a better way to reference it is, it's a good indicator that they're not going super hard by Sky standards at the front, because once they really do start the chase, those sprinters, no matter how good they are as climbers, will no longer hold on. So that indicates to me that Team Sky, they're not worried at the moment. They're still calm. They feel as if they've got it under control.
I agree. Sky are pretty content, and I think they won't be disappointed if they don't have the yellow jersey in the team at the end of the day.
But where does it go?
Where does it go? Nobody knows. What Team Sky are thinking about is tomorrow. Get through unscathed. It's not about protecting the jersey. They're going to ride tomorrow as if they have it anyway. It's immaterial what colour jersey Chris Froome is wearing tomorrow. It's a pivotal stage in this Tour de France. This is a tough one to get through. They don't want to make any mistakes. They don't want to get fooled and let someone get too much time. But they're happy enough at the moment for this sort of situation to play out.
The rider at the front for Dimension Data, riding in support of Qhubeka, is the Belgian who last year finished in second place on Mont Ventoux behind Thomas de Gens. They've already built up a lead of 15 seconds on what is now a breakaway contingent of 14. Then at 36 seconds is the group of 34. Then the peloton at 3:30. Then the Démare group at 13:27.
And Matt, the one that really grabs my attention is the gap between Group 2 and Group 3. 23, 22, 21 seconds now. They were at 48 seconds. So obviously, guys from that big chase group, the original 50-man break, are trying to get back across to the group of Van Avermaet that these two riders have just left behind. 20 seconds now between those two groups. That's the sort of gap that a good climber now on this hill can get across and make up for the damage done for the mistake they made missing that counter-attack that was led by Van Avermaet.
And curious to see who's going to do the work from this group. The rider from Orica Scott with the Let's Go Homes logo on his backside, that is Jens Kerkelaer. Michael Shah from BMC, not interested really in wasting any energy in this group. He's thinking a lot further down the road. 87 kilometres still to go. Richie Porte sits 2 spots behind the yellow jersey of Chris Froome. Behind BMC, it's the teammates of Nairo Quintana with Movistar have got themselves lined up. Number 42, as the bridge has been made. They've gone across the gap. Diego Ulissi along with Damiano Caruso. Nicholas Roach is also there. Amongst the chasers, Daryl Impey, the South African. And now we have Roman Siccar. We look further down the line of riders. Sylvain Chavanel, again, playing that game of patience. He hasn't wasted any energy with these little flurries of attacking. The man who won at the Station de Rousse, today's destination. He won here in 2010. And he was always going to make the breakaway. He was in everything right from the very start. This is Gregor Boll at the rear of the group for Bahrain Merida. As Barguil and Pauls persist out in front, and their advantage is just on around about 25 seconds.
And you see that van behind Arnaud Demar. That is the one they call Le Voiture de Ballet, the broom wagon. And it's not the one you want to see behind you, especially this early in the stage, this early in the race.
Not only is there the risk of Arnaud Demar obviously being eliminated from the race, but two teammates to go with him. Michael Delage is the rider who's got his knee bandaged up, and just in front of him is Konovalvas, the Lithuanian national champion. It's a big decision by the team to completely commit to Arnaud Demar, but it's the right decision. It's the only decision.
It is. It will be a huge blow to the team and to those two domestiques. If Demar is unable to ride fast enough to go inside the time limit, all three would be sent home.
Do you think they'll make it today? I think they'll make it today. I'm not so sure about tomorrow.
I'm trying to find out what the official hors delay time limit is going to be today, the time cut. But it's always decided by the average speed of the race. So it depends on the leaders. You're really in their hands. So it can fluctuate a little bit depending on the average speed, and the higher the average speed, the bigger the percentage, so the more time you get. But of course, the higher the average speed, the quicker the stage is, you get a larger percentage of less time, so it all evens out a bit. If they're not within 40 minutes, gone. Barguil takes the points.
Across the top of the climb, it's Warren Barguil, but it's not about the points. It is about the time. There was no real contest between he and Serge Pauls. They are just trying to build their advantage. And now that that other group has come back together, they've been able to extend their lead. That was Jonathan Castrovejo. This is Michael Landon, number 6 from Team Sky. So this is a group of 48 riders chasing 2 men off the front. And the gap, according to the official race computer, is 1 minute and 1 second. We'll get an even better read on it once this contingent goes across the top of the climb. The Col de la Joux is the climb that they're on at the moment. And in the breakaway once again today, Manuel Amori at the back of the group for UAE. He's been very active over the top of the climb. The gap at around about 1 minute as Castrovejo goes forward with a whole bunch of biddens on board.
But for Manuel Amori to back up after yesterday, that escape along with his 3 companions for around 200 kilometres, to back it up with an effort like this to get into the breakaway again, while chasing group at the moment. But the powers of recuperation of these riders is just incredible. This is Marcel Kittel. So he has also been dropped now on this Category 3 by the peloton. But you see it right there. Jack Bauer just in front of him. New Zealand champion stripes on his sleeves, and another teammate also there, Andre Greipel, the other German sprinter. They're pretty safe just getting dropped now. 3.5 minutes behind the break, but only just dropping off the peloton. Still going to have to ride hard, but they're in a lot safer territory than Arnaud Demar. Sitting up, thinks he's in safe territory as far as the time cut goes. So we see the group of Demar, they're really going to start flirting with it, already 15 minutes behind. Our 2 leaders got 1 minute and 8 to the chasers, and there they are. Now it's a different group with 4 in the picture. So this is a counter-attack from that chasing group, in fact.
Well, there's 48 riders in that group at 1 minute and 8 seconds behind. But the road that they're on now, it makes it really a lot more difficult for the 2 leaders. It's a part of the course where having extra numbers can be useful.
That helicopter shot, beautiful panorama, a bit far away from the riders for identification purposes. I just thought I maybe made out the shape of Greg Van Avermaet, and he's a guy that doesn't lay down. These 2 riders over 1 minute lead. If you're going to catch them, you can't afford to wait to the Cat 2 to try and peg them back. They're very good climbers. Have to start now. And Greg Van Avermaet is a guy who's tactically very, very good. And he knows this is probably a last-ditch attempt. It's now or it's never.
81 difficult kilometres still to go. They've just ridden past the Church of St. Augustine. And this now is the chasing group of 48. Simon Clark in the green colours. He's just taking a back step at the moment, trying to recuperate somewhat. And 174 at the rear is Sylvain Chavanel, who since this group has formed has not contributed. He's just waited and waited patiently. The Église of St. Augustine, we're now getting a chance to take a look at. That bell tower, that was added to the church in 1829.
Well, mate, you mentioned Sylvain Chavanel not contributing to the group, just sitting at the back, conserving. He was so active in the start of the stage. He was amongst everything. Every significant group, he was in it. The first move that really got a gap was with Chavanel and Greg Van Avermaet. So now Chavanel will be sitting back, trying to let the others do the work. And if they can keep these two to within a minute there and thereabouts, Chavanel knows that the chance is real. You can actually go on the attack from the group on the final category 1 and still catch them. But look at this now. Christian Knies has gone back out of the breakaway, and he is the man now setting the pace for Team Sky. We spoke about it before. It was the most logical option for the team to use Christian Knies like this. It was good that he was there, but it's not essential to have him there. He's not going to win the stage. He was in between. He was not in the front, not in the peloton. Use him for what he is actually here for in the Tour, and save the legs of Kirienka and especially Mikhail Kwiatkowski for later in the stage. That's when the important work comes for him.
Well, I'm thinking, given that Christian Knies has gone back, perhaps Vasil Kirienka hasn't simply been going to the team car for drinks. That will be revealed within the next 10 minutes. If Vasil Kirienka doesn't return, it looks as if he might be on a bad day, and he doesn't have many. We might mark this down as number 3 or 4 in his career.
Well, if I was Nicolas Portal, the team director of Team Sky, whether Kirienka is there or not, I still would have called Christian Knies to come back.
Simon Clark in the breakaway group. He's loaded up with bits in the green colours of Cannondale Trap Pack. In the breakaway, as he has been right throughout the stage, so active, is Sylvain Chavanel. He was one of the riders before the stage got underway that was in most demand by everybody amongst the media corps that was down there, and we were with them. So we put the microphone underneath his nose. Here's Sylvain Chavanel, today who's in this breakaway group, speaking before the stage got underway.
This is a good return from injury from Barguil. He just scraped into making the Tour de France team. And he said his expectations weren't high and he wasn't going to ride for the general classification. But if he felt up to it and if his body let him, he wanted to go on the hunt for stages, and that's exactly what he's doing today.
Back in that chasing group, we've seen a few of the riders from Cannondale Trap Pack. Also at the rear of that contingent is the American Andrew Talansky. Andrew Talansky performed reasonably well on Wednesday, the first mountaintop finish. He's in 19th position overall, a minute and 57 seconds down. Tom Southam, the sports director for Cannondale Trap Pack, has said that their strategy for the Tour de France is the same as what they had at the Giro d'Italia. They are going to try and be protagonists, and that's exactly what they are. Here, it's Rigoberto Urán for the general classification, and they're looking for a stage win. Talansky's in the move, but look at this group going forward. Van Avermaet, Ulissi, Burkhardt, and Matthews. It's significance.
I was talking before about that big panoramic helicopter shot, and I thought I just could make out the figure of Greg Van Avermaet. Indeed it was. Michael Matthews straight onto it. Marcus Burkhardt as well. Diego Ulissi. The group is not far behind them. Something else that's significant, look at the time gap of the yellow jersey group from the front of the race back to group 4, the group of Chris Froome in the yellow jersey. Just 2 minutes 50 now under the impetus of Christian Knies. He's dropped out of the breakaway, caught his breath, got on the front of the peloton, and now that gap has dropped by a minute and 45 seconds.
And how impressive is this from 141, Michael Matthews of the Sunweb team, third amongst the sprinters yesterday, just behind Kittel and Bosenhagen, now into the Jura Mountains. He's with the Olympic Games gold medalist, Greg Van Avermaet, and he's chasing the lead.
It's a very impressive effort by Michael Matthews. Time will tell if it's been worth doing. It's using a lot of energy. But when a guy like Greg Van Avermaet goes, a rider the calibre of Michael Matthews has to go with him. Try and make the most of it. He's thinking about some green jersey points at the end of the day. And I'm sure he's also thinking that he could maybe win this stage.
And now bridging the gap for AG2R Le Mondial is Jan Bakelants.
A pedalling descent being to the advantage of the bigger, powerful, more explosive riders. Matteo Trentin is exactly that. And he's seen it on time, chased them down, and he's going to get across for the second time on this stage, saving his own skin.
Now this is an interesting situation for Sunweb with two riders in the breakaway. Michael Matthews, if you had to pigeonhole him, you'd say sprinter. Warren Barguil, to pigeonhole him, you'd say climber. But Michael Matthews was fourth this year in Liège-Bastogne-Liège. The top of the final climb today, it then hits a plateau for 12 kilometres, and Michael Matthews would be the quickest from this group. Everybody else will be trying to drop Michael Matthews because they know his speed. But Van Avermaet is fast, and so too is Diego Ulissi. Just the group out in front that's racing is intriguing. Matteo Trentin, 81 kilometres per hour. He hasn't got a big enough gear to be able to really hit the pedals because he is scooting along the Jura roads.
Well, look at the leg speed. 53.11 he'd be turning over there, down into the aero tuck, and I'm sure he is in the high 90s, because when you spin that gear at those revolutions, you only got to do the math to know he's 90 plus.
Almost there. He might get them under braking. Speed hump won't be slowing him down. It'll give us a little bit of motion sickness as we try to keep up with the flying Italian.
All he had to do was lift a little bit. He would have cleared the tabletop BMX style.
Michael Matthews in the white colours. And now also with the German national champions colours on, Markus Burkhardt. What a workhorse.
Look at the gap now, 25 seconds, so building all the time. These riders, all good descenders, all powerful, good team time trials also, the guys who have all come across. It's a perfect situation, 20 kilometres of descending to try and build this gap out. And they've got to rely on that chasing group not working smoothly together, and the time gap already pushing out towards 30 seconds.
And now they've got Matteo Trentin, which is actually good news for that group as we look at the Église Saint-Denis. A relatively new one for this part of the world, having been established in 1834. It's still Christian Knies who's at the front, and the German is really starting to reel them back in. And Vasil Kirienka has not returned to the front of the peloton.
What we've been speaking about at the front of the peloton, those bigger riders, good on a long, steady descent like this, Christian Knies, he's the epitome of the big, strong, powerful rider who can take advantage of a descent like this. 2 minutes 39 to the front, which means he's now only about 2 minutes. The first chasing group behind the group of Van Avermaet. Arnaud Démare now just cresting that Category 3 Col de Joux.
That puts him 15 kilometres behind the front of the race. 15 kilometres.
Says it there in the right. Front of the race, just under a kilometre now, 900 metres in front of the chasers, the peloton, just over 3 kilometres behind. But that 3 kilometres on the descent they're on at 60 plus kilometres an hour, you see it, 2 minutes 39 for 3 kilometres. 60 plus, nearly 70.
This group is working really well together. Barguil and Matthews from Sunweb at 66 kilometres per hour. Kerkelera. Well, this is the first that we've known of Jens Kerkelera trying to go forward. It has not been mentioned on race radio. He's been in the main break all day. And that's not the peloton behind him, because it wasn't Team Sky that was leading. That was the remnants of the group.
Yeah, so that's the original breakaway, that 50-strong group. Kukaliere, somewhere in between the two. I don't even think halfway across. But when you look at how cohesively our leading group is working together, Jens Kukaliere down in the aero tuck, still going away from the rest of the group. But compare him to here. Same sort of gradient they're going down, and all these guys working together. And that slipstreaming. Look at Burkhardt run into the slipstream of Matteo Trentin, build up some extra speed, come out and over, and the next rider behind doing the same. So that chain keeps flowing around Jens Kukaliere. The chances of getting across, slim to none.
This is the Wanty Group Goubert team, protecting their little French climber, who is the first of those two riders. It's Van Spiesbroek, number 209, and Martin just in front of him. Christian Knies, a former top 20 finisher in the Tour de France, is showing so much strength. As we see, Jens Kukaliere, he's at 48 seconds behind. The rest of the pursuers at 58 seconds. It's 2:42 to the yellow jersey group, as Team Sky once again are enforcing their authority on the Tour. Still 4 riders at the front for Team Sky, protecting the man in yellow, Chris Froome. Astana, not too far behind, looking after the leader of the King of the Mountains classification, Fabio Aru, who incidentally also sits in 3rd place at just 14 seconds behind yellow. Movistar with Nairo Quintana, a little disappointing on the stage to La Planche de Belleville. They would have expected a bit more from him. But let's not forget, he was second in the Giro d'Italia this year, as Christian Knies goes the long way around, a little hot to the corner. No such problems for Mikhail Kwiatkowski.
Well, that is the sort of situation Team Sky want to avoid with Chris Froome. Christian Knies going in hot, nearly overcooking it. Just lucky he had enough room on the other side of the road. Imagine had that been coming down a mountain pass with nowhere else to go. But if they were in a situation like that, I'm sure he would have gone in a little more cautiously. As Marcus Burkhardt, he now takes a bidon from the neutral water service motorbike. So the Tour de France organisation, they always send these bikes out on the particularly hot days, and especially on a day like today where there's multiple groups all over the road. It's not possible for the team soigneurs to be on the side of the road just everywhere handing out bidons. It's also not possible to get the team cars through. And with so many teams represented up the road, with so many riders, there's more groups than there are team cars.
That's quite a job logistically, to try and keep everybody serviced. Roman Sikar still at the front doing the chasing. And Cannondale Drapac, they also want to chase, because their prospect in that group is Andrew Talansky. Talansky last hit 5th in the Tour of Spain. That was a good performance, but look at the gaps now, Robbie. It is down to 2:15, which means that the peloton is just on 1 minute behind the group that is stuck in the middle.
Well, Christian Knies really pushing it. You saw it over 80 kilometres an hour down in the aero tuck, making sure for this corner he got up and onto the brake goods to slow himself down a bit. Take the best line through the corner for himself and for Chris Froome, 2:10. I was going to say, the start of this stage, so incredibly aggressive. The start, they've already done 127 kilometres. It's just 60 kilometres to go. Can you believe it?
They started at 12:25. They've been racing for less than 3 hours. In fact, significantly less. And they've covered more than 120 kilometres. This is quick.
Matt, I've just got to let you know, you just missed something while you're looking down at the map and those times. You missed something important for you. Rider number 109 from the Quick Step Floors team, returning to the back of the bunch, loaded up with water bottles. Julien Vermont, he's still working. He's not on the front, but he's still working.
He is still working.
Maybe they'll give you a replay.
He has been outstanding.
Hashtag man crush.
So far this year, he has been man of the match for Quick Step. And Matteo Trentin, he made a post this morning, hashtag monster, that Vermont really deserves the red number for the enormous amount of work he has done. He's been the most combative. He's been the spoiler for the breakaway.
And you know what his teammates call him? The moteur.
He is a motor. This is the chase. They're at 36 seconds behind the leading group. Up in amongst the leaders today, Jan Bakelants from AG2R Le Mondial. We spoke to him before today's stage started.
Front group, along with Mikel Landa.
Marcus Burkhardt, after all the work that he's done in the lead group, he surrenders. So Matthews has lost contact, Trentin, and now Burkhardt. The riders out in front, the strong climber from Sunweb, Warren Barguil. This is Diego Ulissi from UAE. And how quickly Andrew Talansky and Lilian Kalmajan are bridging the gap. They're picking them off. It's like Pac-Man on his way. That is Matthews and Burkhardt collected. The next will be Trentin, and then Robbie, the front of the race.
Well, Michael Matthews, a great effort by him to get so far in this stage in the front of the race. But he's more sprinter than climber, and it's all caught up with him on this category too. Kalmajan, he now comes to the front. So these two riders effectively riding fast enough to make swapping turns effective. There's a slipstream behind them as they ride so quickly up this climb. Lead group through 5 kilometres to go. Now approaching that same point. Kalmajan and Talansky, they are crossing the gap. Trentin, he's the man in blue from Quick Step Floors in between. But it's the climbers coming to the floor, but to the fore. At the moment, they're not able to unload Van Avermaet.
And Trentin hasn't completely surrendered. Burkhardt and Matthews, they've exploded and they're going backwards. Matteo Trentin is just riding smartly and riding within himself. He's trying to stick with them, limit the losses, make the most of these flatter stretches. He's almost rejoining Lilian Kalmajan in the black colours. At the rear, it's Andrew Talansky. This is Mikhail Kwiatkowski, followed by Mikhail Nievi. It's then Geraint Thomas, then Chris Froome in yellow. Andre Zeitz is the rider from Astana, followed then by Jakob Fuglsang.
This is the chase group. No, it's a group at the back. Marcel Kittel in green. So this is what is affectionately known as the Gruppetto. Some have called it in the past the laughing group. You see Marcel Kittel laughing. It's not just a pleasant day out in the sun on the bike. This is hard work. Tony Martin also in this group, but they're in good shape. Thomas Vauclair, he's saving it for another day. John Degenkolb.
They have no concerns about the time delay as we see this group starting to swell once again. Bakelants setting the tempo. And this is Kalmajan about to bridge across with Andrew Talansky. As you can see, the peloton at 2:28 behind. The group containing Marcel Kittel and most of the sprinters at 6.5 minutes.
Well, we see Trentin has been dropped, Michael Matthews has been dropped, Burkhardt has been dropped, and it's Greg Van Avermaet doing the damage. So the man who's the least pure climber of pretty much all of this group now, stacked up behind him. Pauwels, Bakelants, Barguil. At the back, Talansky in front of him, Kalmajan and Diego Ulissi. This is a really powerful group. They do well just to stick together over this category too. It actually keeps going up a little bit after the King of the Mountain prize. Short descent, only a matter of 500 metres. Kicks up again before they get another descent. And then there's a climb that's not even categorised. Then a longer descent, which brings them to the foot of today's Category 1 climb. The Monte de la Combe de Laïcia La Moulin. And that is a mouthful.
It is, and it will be a leg full for the peloton. And so very quickly, Matteo Trentin has been caught by the group that is stuck in the middle. Matthias Frank is the rider who was on the front from AG2R Le Mondial. Now, looks as if Robert Gesink in the yellow and black colours is getting a little itchy feet as Emmanuel Buchmann is the one to go first. It's Buchmann who goes, and Gesink wants a piece of the action.
Gesink's got itchy feet, but Buchmann's got ants in his pants, and he knows this climb is the time to try and get across. But I think the birds have flown.
It is a group out in front with riders that show themselves from a very young age. Diego Ulissi, a dual junior world champion, is in there amongst them. is that Nicholas Roach now trying to chase from BMC, containing Emmanuel Bookman. And Christian Knies is done. Vasila Kirienka has never returned, so much to our surprise, he's not on a great day. Froome now is down to just 2 riders with him, but 1 still in front, Mikel Landa. He's got, in fact, he'll still have 3 riders with him. He's got Kwiatkowski, he's got Nievi, and he's got Thomas. Plus he's got Mikel Landa out in front. So it's still situation normal. And let's not forget Sergio Henao, who is also in that group that's stuck in the middle. So he's got most of his team still there with him.
He's still got plenty of options should they need them. At the moment, they obviously don't feel under too much pressure. There's Sergio now just riding through the picture because they haven't called those riders to come back. Sergio Henao, he is a good enough climber to go from this group and get across and leave behind the breakaway on that Category 1. But in the meantime, they can't let them get too far away. Shot of Simon Clark there in the bright green. This is Mikel Landa, and he is being followed by the rider from FDJ number 77, Rudy Mollard.
And Rudy's a rider that we've seen do a lot of pacemaking. And now at the front, this is Lilian Kalmajan. Then Serge Pals, followed by Jan Bakelants. That group, led by Emmanuel Bookman, they bridged across so surprisingly quickly.
Well, there you go. Basically all back together. So hadn't been getting many shots of that chasing group. And they were a lot closer than we thought at first. Everything coming back together at the front. Sergio Henao, he is tracking the moves, so he doesn't have to worry about them getting too far away. He's right there behind them. This group is splitting under the pressure of Bookman's counter-attack to get across. Jens Kerkelier further here in the group. Andre Amador, number 22 from the Movistar team. And Bookman, he is now at the front of the group, going on with that acceleration. Greg van Avermaet, 4th position, not letting go of Barguil.
And this is Pierre Latour that's now coming through to the front for AG2R Le Mondial. The best placed overall in that leading group at just 1 minute and 7 seconds behind. This is Mikel Shah at the rear for BMC. BMC are in a similar position to Team Sky, with riders up the front in the break and riders still around their protected man Richie Porte. Movistar
Group growing ever more powerful. It's still just a 30-second lead over those chasers. Chasers that include Sergio Henao. I think he's waiting for the Category 1. And waiting to get the go-ahead from Team Sky.
Do you think he'll go for the stage or wait to protect Froome?
I think they're waiting to see how things play out. Wait till what they think is the last possible moment to give him a chance to win the stage. They may leave it too late.
Yeah, their priority, they've made it clear right from the start, and not surprisingly, their priority is Chris Froome and a potential 4th win in the Tour de France. The stunning mountains of the Jura playing the backdrop to stage 8 of the Tour de France. It has been an explosive day. Throughout the first hour, they averaged almost 50 kilometres per hour. The average speed after more than 3.5 hours of racing is still up towards the 44.5 kilometre per hour mark. And this is a day through the mountains. At one point, there was a leading group of 50 riders. It's splintered many times, it's come back, and now we've got another group off the fronts. And the Olympic champion, Greg van Avermaet, is amongst them. 700 metres further back down the road, their former breakaway companions. It's then the peloton with Froome 2.2 kilometres behind. The group containing all the sprinters with Kittel at 5.7 and almost 10 kilometres behind. The group containing Arnaud Démare has actually made up a lot of ground. In distance, but not in time.
Look at it this way. They've made up in terms of distance, but there's been so much climbing. Always think of it in terms of time. 10 kilometres of climbing will take those riders about 25 minutes.
Not all kilometres are created equal.
No.
Time is much more important than distance.
So it's interesting to know they're that far back on the road, but they are losing time all the time. And that's the theme of this tour. You've seen it in the field art, time. And that's what we always refer to. Something's happened.
Chris Froome off the road with one teammate, Geraint Thomas. And now everybody slows down and they await the return of the yellow jersey. And Richie Porte takes that moment as they're drifting downhill to do a rolling nature break. This is Geraint Thomas. And he's taken the opportunity when he's gone off the road, has he, to collect some water bottles and stick them in the back of the jersey? It sure looked like it. And this, Robbie, is music to the ears of the breakaway. A chance for them to gain more time and win the stage.
Music to the ears of the breakaway. They're going to gain more time. Sky, they'll wait for Chris Froome to get back. They definitely won't be taking risks on the descent. Also, it's probably a bit of a pep-up to Chris Froome's nearest rivals in the peloton to say, well now, we can make mistakes, look at it again. And the rider going through in the front, that's Mikhail Kwiatkowski, the pole, a very good descender. His teammates unable to match his speed. And Kwiatkowski, he was on the limit through that corner, just making it, catching the apex, but the others totally missing it. And I think they'll have just a little word to Mikhail Kwiatkowski and say, just back it off a little bit, will you? You go through at 80%, because then we're at 95. That'll do us.
Maybe even 100. Because even with that scare, he goes through that corner and he opens up a gap. He is one of the few guys in the world that I would predict is capable of keeping up with Peter Sagan when Sagan goes full gas on a descent.
Well, they grew up racing together, so he's had plenty of practice at doing that. And he is a fantastic bike handler, Mikhail Kwiatkowski, an incredible descender. But that's not what Chris Froome needs. He needs a safe descender. He doesn't need to make up time in the descents. He just needs to stay upright. That was a close call.
It was. And there he is, Chris Froome, the yellow jersey, returns to the front of the peloton. And a stark reminder of how quickly things can change. John Degenkolb is there with the red helmet on from Trek Segafredo.
That's a great ride in service of Alberto Contador. Let's see if there's a little word here from Chris Froome to Mikhail Kwiatkowski, although I imagine he's already heard it over race radio from Nicolas Portal back in the team car.
The sports director, no doubt, will have given pretty clear instructions. Hey, easy. And now Lilian Kalmajan driving on at the fronts. Their advantage back towards a 3-minute mark.
And their advantage obviously building on the chasing group behind, because now there are team cars and one of the official vehicles in between. So it looks like this group starting to put some distance into that chasing group. At one point, only a matter of 6 or 7 minutes ago, they all came back together. But that re-acceleration blew it apart. This is Talansky. He has been unable to follow that acceleration of Greg Van Avermaet and the others, and he is about to get caught by what's left of the chasing group, led by Emmanuel Buchmann.
Followed then by Pierre Latour, two of the riders eligible for the white jersey of the best young rider.
This is Serge Pauls. He is the man intent on a stage win after running second on Le Mans Ventoux last year behind Thomas de Gendt, and he would also be pretty interested in the polka dot King of the Mountains jersey, but at the moment, interest for that is coming from Warren Barguil from the Sunweb team.
Well, we haven't had too many opportunities to enjoy the landscape, so to speak, or the various churches throughout the stage today as we look at the Église of Saint-Laurent, making our way through with 43 kilometres left to race. And this is a church that was built between 1857 and 1863. Not only has there not been quite as many historical monuments along the road today, but the race has really caught our attention. It's been an explosive day of racing. Serge Pauls at the front. And Geraint Thomas at the rear, he was collecting biddens after that little scare off to the side of the road. That's the third kind of crash for Thomas throughout this year's race. He had two whilst wearing the yellow jersey, and this time Geraint Thomas off the road but not off the bike. spectator on the side of the road trying to offer a can, but nobody interested, nobody able to take the time to grab one. And this rider you can see is Lawrence ten Dam. No, it's not. In fact, it's Nicky's aunt who is at the back battling to hold on. The big German who this year won the Cadel Evans Great Ocean Road Race with a brilliant sprint at the end to spoil the day of Cameron Meyer.
I've had a lot of these riders just hanging on at the back of this group, and I'm sure they'll just be trying to get as much free ride as possible down the rest of this descent to the foot of the Category 1 climb. From there, we are going to see a lot of riders go straight overboard.
Front of the race, they're all still working well together, but their advantage, it is evaporating under the hot July sun in France. The Jura Mountains they're racing through today, and this has been a stage with no let up whatsoever. Before the stage got underway, Simon Clark, who's in the breakaway, has said that there's lots of fresh legs and that the day will be explosive. And Clark in green has managed to get himself in the break. Valdegren now is making progress. A few risks on the descent. He's within 35 seconds. And the remnants of that enormous breakaway group, which at one point numbered 50 riders, is at 1:20 seconds. They're less than 30 seconds ahead of the peloton. So very quickly, we're surely going to see a big coming together between that large group and the main field. And the break, it continues to survive. And it continues to dream. Valdegren, one of the young riders eligible for the white jersey for men born after the first 1992. It's effectively an under-25 category. After the disbandment of the Tinkoff team at the end of last season, he switched across to Astana and he signed a 2-year contract with that squad. Lilian Kalmajan, Jan Barkelans, Nicholas Roach, number 46. He has not wasted any energy today, Nicholas Roach. He's simply just been in the right place at the right time. Simon Clark just in front of him in the green colours. All the risks being taken by Michael Valdegren. Two Danish riders on the Astana team, the other one Jakob Fuglsang, and they both provide plenty of return on the investments. Everybody breathe in. I thought he was just going to slightly overshoot that one, but he had a little bit more margin to play with. Making their way through the small village of Chevry. We return to the breakaway contingents. Kalmajan last year burst onto the scene in his first big 3-week race at the Volta de España, the Tour of Spain, when he won a stage very similar to this one. He's got himself in with another chance. Simon Clark driving the tempo at the front. Greg Van Avermaet now rolls through. Serge Pals is the next. Serge Pals and Warren Barguil as Simon Clark takes a nature break in the breakaway, and that's a really good sign. If he's in the breakaway on such a hot day and needing to take a nature break, that means that he's well hydrated.
It does, and that's one of the keys to performance, being well hydrated, well fed as well. You've got enough energy to get through to the end of the stage, because on a day like today, it's really quite warm, 28 degrees. In fact, when I was out there on the bike myself this morning, I got here just before lunchtime, it felt even hotter than 28 degrees, to be honest, riding up that climb. Simon Clark, he's going to have to be on his best day to take these guys on the Cat 1. I think his best bet will be to ride the hardest tempo he can manage and try and come back to them over the top and then outkick them. As long as Van Avermaet's not there.
So you don't think he should get in that fight of responding to the attacks and just back himself and ride it like a time trial?
Yeah, don't fall into the trap of the pure climbers, accelerating, stopping, going again. It'll just blow his legs up. He is a good climber, but these guys are purebred. So I think he has to limit any damage, turn it into a time trial against himself to see how close he can stay.
Filimos going through his home village. What a beautiful moment for the winner of the stage at the Tour de France a few years ago to the Mer de Bretagne. In years past, the local rider, they would have had a chance to stop, but not when it's 30 kilometres to go. He says thank you to the riders from Team Sky, and he's beaming. The smile tells the story.
And Chris Froome, you could see him just giving a look across and a little comment, for sure, something like, hey, that's really nice, good on you. And a nice moment for Villemot riding through his hometown.
Another Frenchman, Robbie, will be there in around about 22 minutes. Arnaud Démare is 21 minutes and 50 seconds behind. Robbie is grinding his teeth.
Well, one place Arnaud Démare is certainly not feeling on this stage, and that's at home.
Good point.
He is out of his element, out of his depth. And if they don't get a move on, he'll be out of the Tour.
As we just look, Kwiatkowski, was that Mikel Landa that had just returned to the front for Team Sky, who had been in that leading group all day long and waiting patiently. The Cathedral of Saint-Pierre and Saint-Paul is Saint-André. Church that dates back to the 14th century. Parts of this wall, Robbie, are 3 metres thick. A lot more than the margin between Marcel Kittel and Edvald Boasson-Hagen yesterday. It's also famous for its cross-country skiing. They've produced a few Olympic Games medalists from the Winter Games.
Well, as the riders, the breakaway we see make their way uphill through the streets of St. Claude. You saw Simon Clark just make his way around Nicolas Roche. Quite a fluoro green to the river down there.
Let's hope that's a deliberate dye that has been put in.
Marcel Kittel supporters.
Well, they got in early whilst Arnaud Démare still had the green jersey on. Kwiatkowski at the front. And then in second position, Mikel Landa. He has returned.
Then Nieve, Geraint Thomas, Chris Froome. 1.5 minutes to the break. Valgren at 20 seconds. The rest of the chasers now at 1 minute. The peloton will just about have that big chasing group back in their sights. And this race looking like it's set to all come back together on the final climb, which brings them towards Station de Rousse.
And they're not too far away from hitting the base of the final climb. They're on their way.
And with the current situation...
Poster for Villemot. Lovely.
A rider like Dan Martin will be really starting to fancy his chances. Can match them on a climb like this for sure. And he's one of the fastest sprinters of the climbers as well. Valgren needs a drink. Nobody's looking in the rear vision mirror. He's going thirsty.
He was asking for a drink from the team car of Lilian Kalmajam. He sweeped in through the various motorbikes. Here comes the neutral motorbike with water, and he'll need it. It's arrived right on time. That's good service by Powerbar.
That is perfect. Well seen by the rider on the neutral water service, and that's exactly why he is there. There are so many riders spread all over the road today. The team cars can't possibly get to everybody. And Valgren, well, that has not come a minute too soon, as they're getting pretty close now to the foot of the major climb of the day.
Lance loses contact.
The back door is open, and one by one they are sliding out of it. That red organisation car from the Tour de France, when that drives past you, you know that they also think your day's done, you're not coming back. Kalmajam at the back, still in contact. Valgren, a super strong ride. The man who came across on his own, and he's now still there as others start to fade. Warren Barguil starting to look in trouble, or can he hitch on?
He's got the twisted body language. Sergio Henao, the Colombian champion, now at the front. It's then Nieve, followed by Geraint Thomas. Mikel Landa is the next in line. And then, as he has been all week long, the composed Chris Froome, he's in yellow. Gesink still leading this breakaway group. They haven't got a lot of time to play with. 1 minute 23 seconds can be absorbed so quickly. For Team Sky, Mikel Kwiatkowski today, he's been worth at least 2 men.
And this is what Team Sky do so often. Maybe if he could have hung in, other riders may have done that. He's not going to waste energy. There's tomorrow to think about. They do that at Team Sky. Your work is done. We've got enough guys to do the rest. Swing off now and go slow. Start the recovery. Tomorrow is a big day.
When the team car comes past him, they'll load him up with food and drinks to begin to eat for that recovery you speak of.
We've seen it in the past when Richie Porte used to be a teammate of Chris Froome. As soon as his job was done, he would lose a lot of time and eat and drink and rest and recover so he could do it again the next day.
This is Robert Hessing spraying the Vittel water over the back to try and stay cool. Warren Barguil at the back, he's maintained contacts.
Well, judging by the tempo and the reaction of the peloton, it's not Rigoberto Urán, the man that they are hoping can ride a high general classification here in the Tour de France.
This is at the rear of the peloton, bobbing and weaving. That's Roman Hardy calling for help. Lilian Calmejaan, he is quick. He's not Marcel Kittel quick, and he can climb, and he's attacking. He doesn't want to wait for the sprints. A brilliant student. He's also a student of the sport. Spectators need to stay out of the way. That was a dangerous move.
But Calmejaan, he's quick, he's strong, he's brave, and he's off the front, and he's got 25 metres. But Keesink, he's a diesel. He doesn't respond with accelerations. Ever so slightly picks up the tempo to close down the gap. Calmejaan looking back. Here's Simon Clarke being mopped up by the peloton.
And he's taking a bid to Rigoberto Urán whilst he's in the process, always thinking about others.
Ever the perfect teammate, Simon Clarke. Great ride today by the man from Melbourne, Nicolas Roche. He now tries to jump across to Calmejaan. Keesink, that gap is getting bigger in front of him instead of the opposite. Nicolas Roche has seen the danger. He's off in pursuit.
Into the drops for Lilian Calmejaan. And the face is showing no sign of real pressure, not even a bead of sweats.
Absolutely calm. That is good for the Team Direct Energy. It's even better for the man Lilian Calmejaan, looking completely in control. Powles and Keesink, they are watching Calmejaan ride away. Nicolas Roche edging his way closer to the Frenchman. Can the Irishman from BMC get back to the wheel? Looking down, changing up a gear. Big chain ring for Nicolas Roche. Soigneur too late. Roche showing his displeasure. No bottle from him. Calmejaan not comfortable. He knows someone's coming. Nicolas Roche getting closer and closer. Serge Pauwels now contributing with Robert Keesink.
And they need to work together, maintain their rhythm. Lilian Calmejaan, when he won his stage of the Tour of Spain last year, he won it solo, and in second position was Darwin Atapuma of BMC. Today, it's Nicolas Roche of BMC who's doing the chasing. The yellow jersey, Chris Froome, quite seriously today, has never, with the exception of just going off the road, looked under any pressure.
Just with the exception of going off the road.
No physical pressure, just a little bit of a fright.
That could be enough. He got away with that one. He was quite lucky. Nicolas Roche now.
He's struggling to get on terms with Lilian Calmejaan, who rides with one of the smallest teams in the race, Direct Energy. I'm not sure how much longer he'll be there. The gap
is opening.
Expanding.
Back in the peloton, they are happy for that time gap to stay the same. For a number of kilometres now, just under the 1.5 minute mark. And our breakaway only about 4.5 kilometres. You see it on the right-hand side, 4.7 kilometres from the top of this climb. Lilian Calmejaan at the moment is riding away with it. The Frenchman for Direct Energy, distancing Nicolas Roche, and further in the background, sink Robert Keesink and Serge Pauwels.
Calmejaan still all composure at the front, and as he looks over his shoulder, Roche is getting further and further behind, and the difference in the body language is more significant than the 13-second gap. It's only going to grow. The good news for Lilian Calmejaan, if he does get caught by Robert Keesink, and at this point it doesn't look as if that will be the case, I'd be back in Calmejaan in a sprint between the two of them.
I would too. I think he's a little more rapid in a sprint. He's a very good time trials. And looking at the head-to-head stats of these two, at the moment in their careers, 18 times Keesink been the best, 17 times. Kalmajan been the best. It looks like he's about to equal the record.
The ledger could well be square by the end of the day, 18 apiece.
Robert Geesink was as close as 60 metres behind Lilian Kalmajan. He's now 165 as he gets towards the top of the climb now.
The parting of the spectators through the barricades, across the top of the climb. 10 points in the race for the King of the Mountains jersey, but that's not the objective. It's stage honours. Michael Valgren of Astana now being caught by the main field. Robert Geesink, the clock continues to tick, and it is going in the wrong direction for Roberts. He really is suffering. The gap now almost out to 30 seconds. Elu now who's been caught. Sky, they've strangled the hopes of any of the other favourites for the yellow jersey to attack this far out. And here is why, as it's across the plateau, Lilian Kalmajan, he's down into the time trial position and is throwing everything behind it. There is no tomorrow for Lilian Kalmajan. He's riding this as if it's a one-day race, and it so far is proving to be the biggest day in his career. And at 24, I would hasten to say, the biggest day in his life. It is almost a carbon copy of the strategy that he used to win stage 4 at the Volta a España a year ago. 10 kilometres, 30 seconds to Geesink, 1 minute to Roach, and the peloton, well, they're just not active enough. And Sky, they simply don't mind.
Well, we expected it to be a bit of a standoff in the peloton amongst the general classification favourites today. Over the top of the climb, 12 kilometres to the finish. Not a lot of point in going on a solo attack with the power of Team Sky there to chase you down. But at the moment, Geesink, he is the one trying to chase down the Frenchman Kalmajan. But the young Frenchman is riding further and further away. Robert Geesink, 360 metres. Starting to close back slightly, but that is a healthy gap with less than 10 kilometres to go.
It's really hurting for Robert Geesink. The Lilian Kalmajan, he's dared to dream today, and it may cause a sleepless night because he'll be looking up to the ceiling and thinking, what have I just achieved? But he can't get too far ahead of himself.
Well, he really is a man on the up. Last season, a win in the Vuelta a España. This season, a winner of 6 races already, and he's about to add to his grand total of 7, and number 8, that's going to be the big one. We heard Arnaud Démare say it a few days ago in Vittel, a Tour de France stage is the one that'll change my career. Lilian Kalmajan, this will change yours, not just your career. This is a life changer.
Particularly as a Frenchman. Now at the front, it's Nieve. And now Thomas. And look at Mikel Landa. He's breathing through his nostrils, sitting in front of the yellow jersey of Chris Froome. Kalmajan sprinting out of the corners as if it's a 1 hour club criterium. Full gas off the front for Lilian Kalmajan. 32 seconds. That's the advantage over the Dutchman Robert Geesink. And they came in for some criticism of Direct Energy, and rightly so, for not selecting their sprinter, Brian Coquard. But it was pretty clear that once they'd made the call on the riders they were bringing, that Lilian Kalmajan was their best prospect. Through that same left-hander now for Robert Geesink. And I think I just heard on race radio that they've awarded Lilian Kalmajan the most combative prize for the day. His advantage at 32 seconds ahead of the chaser, Robert Geesink. There's still a little bit of climbing to come. He descends for around about another 3 kilometres, perhaps just a little bit less, and then it pitches back uphill. Using every inch of the road.
Wide on the exit But when you're riding for a Tour de France stage, you've got to take the risks in the downhills. You've got to use every centimetre of road. When you've got someone chasing like Robert Geesink, you've got to use everything you can to distance them. And this man, Lilian Calmejean, he's from Albi in the south of France, south central. Plenty of these type of roads in the area he comes from. And I'm sure he's got the whole town cheering at the moment. And it'll be the scene of this year's Gran Fondo World Championships. Well, I think they might have just found themselves an ambassador.
Even if he doesn't know it, they'll adopt him as the unofficial ambassador. Robert Geesink sweeping through the left-hander. With this level of fatigue, how much harder is it to execute on the corners?
It's all down to concentration, entrance, apex and exit. When you're at maximum heart rate, you've been out on particularly a stage like today that has been so very hard, it is then very easy to make a mistake. Calmejean, he's got a good buffer now, almost half a kilometre over Robert Geesink, but he's got to make sure he keeps doing everything right. He's got to take those risks, but they've got to be calculated. Look now, assuming that time trial position, and he's got the time trial pedigree this season, second in a time trial behind Tony Galopin at the Etoile Bessèges, can ride a time trial. On these roads, he's got the measure of Robert Geesink. He just has to hold it together and then think of the victory salute.
Now they start to climb again, and they do this until they hit roughly 2 kilometres to go. It's the last chance for Robert Geesink. He's running out of kilometres. There's only 5 remaining. The cowbells of the mountains.
Cramp. Calmejean is cramping. You're not home until you're home. Robert Geesink, he has got cramp. When Geesink hears this will lift Geesink. The drama of Tour de France, it just never ends.
And he has no water bottles with him. Dehydration, a long day. He looks so composed. The body is saying no, but the mind is desperately trying to say yes. You can see the cramp in his left calf.
He is cramping terribly. Look at the face of Calmejean. Robert Geesink, he is suffering. I wonder if he already knows his team will be watching the race on the television in the car. That message will go through. Robert Geesink is back in it.
A genuine chance, a cramp on the inside of the right quad, and you can see the calf being stretched out as well. Desperate moments for Lilian Calmejean.
Calmejean, his style has been so good, he now needs to find a way to pedal to not get those muscles to cramp. The gears are down, so he's dropped to a lower cadence, and you try, when you cramp, to try and not use those muscles that have just let you down, that have been under pressure all day long. Calmejean, he must be beside himself with fear, cramping with 4.5 kilometres to go. Geesink, if he's got the message, he will think his Christmases are all coming at once. It's a chance of a lifetime, but can he claim it?
It's still a 200-metre gap. It's still a 25-second gap, and Calmejean has regained composure. He's riding as if he's 34, not 24. He's riding as if he's aiming for his 10th Tour stage win, not his first.
Calmejean needs to stay calm, Jean. If you get wound up, if you get stressed, it makes it worse. Stay calm, stay smooth, no sudden movements. He's got a gap to play with. He just has to get over the top of this rise, but it's another 1.5 kilometres like this at this gradient. He's had a big scare. Can he keep going?
It's a mature head on young shoulders. Lilian Calmejean without any water to help deal with the cramp.
He looks like he's recovered. He's found a position that his muscles are relatively happy with at the moment. Geesink, we just saw Calmejean go through there. He's closer, but he doesn't look like he's moving faster than Calmejean. This is Bryce for you. He's about to get brought back by the peloton, but the race is in front, and the battle is between Calmejean and himself.
It's an internal fight for the young Frenchman. He's now up onto the big chain ring, charging through town, heading towards the Station de Rousse. It does climb to the finish line. One cramp It often means there's another one just around the corner.
But it's amazing what the body can do. He's got that cramp. It also would have given him the fright of his life. The adrenaline will be flowing now, which will actually be helping him. Kalmajan, the gap is starting to grow again. Robert Geesink is starting to have problems of his own.
We haven't seen any cramping for Geesink, but the fatigue is obvious. Lilian Kalmajan has got himself onto the hoods. He's into the time trial position, and he is going for the biggest win of his career. It's time for Lilian Kalmajan to absorb and enjoy the moments. A shake of the head in disbelief. This is a goosebump victory for Lilian Kalmajan. It had a little bit of everything. A stage ridden at extraordinary speeds. All the attacks through the mountains. This will mark sensational number 7 in 2017, but fabulous first. His first big victory in the Tour de France. There may be more to come, but this one is one for the ages. It's Lilian Kalmajan who knocks the peloton out of the park. And Robert Geesink into second position. He's been brave, but there's no spot in the spotlights on the podium today.
Oh, you'd have to think Robert Geesink, he'd be happy with the way he rode, but disappointed it's not for the win. And maybe he left that effort just a little bit too late to try and close the gap. He attacked over the top of Nicolas Roche and Serge Pols, left them behind, got close, but not close enough. Had he gone sooner, who knows if they were together and Kalmajan cramped, but he didn't. Kalmajan, a new national French hero.
And this is Guillaume Martin. He's managed to bridge across and he's caught Nicolas Roche. He's third on the stage. The rest of the peloton all over the top of him. For Robert Geesink, well, there's only one rider that goes to the podium at the Tour de France. Today you wish there was at least two, but the hero is certainly Lilian Kalmajan. And look at the crush to try and get the man who's cramping, but he's smiling. Simply amazing.
With the hand on the leg, you just see him making sure he's not going to cramp, winding the crowd up, nearly pulling another hamstring. But Lilian Kalmajan had plenty of time to think about the salute and plenty of time to enjoy the victory.
What an amazing story. Just his second season in the professional peloton. There's the team manager and owner, Jean-René Bernadeau. It is stressful once they go across the line. Let them enjoy the moments. We can wait for the podium presentation. That was a ride that he will forever be remembered for, regardless of what he achieved next. And there's lots to come.
When you look at the team of Direct Energy, at the end of this Tour de France is the end of an era. Thomas Voeckler is going to retire. I think they've found a worthy replacement.
The team's entire budget is equal to the salary of Chris Froome.
Talk about return on investment then.
Things are going okay at Direct Energy. That is extraordinary. What a performance. It is the Moneyball team of the professional peloton. Another big result. They've found a star. He was good. He was brilliant last year at the Volta a España. But this is a whole new level.
This team of Jean-René Bernadeau, based in the Vendée, where the Grand Depart of the Tour will happen next year. They've been under many names. We've seen them as Bouygues Telecom in the past, the Boulangerie team as well. So many different sponsors, but always the same team, the same structure, and always so much success at the Tour de France. And they deserve and earn and pay back their wild card every year. Here's our top 10. Lilian Calmejean on the very top, the Frenchman. Kiesink in second, Guillaume Martin and Nicolas Roche just holding off the peloton, led by Roman Kreuziger, Fabio Aru, Valgren sprinting to get a top 10. Maker, Nathan Brown and Roman Adi. And there would have been a few there just hoping to grab the bonus seconds for third. And it was Guillaume Martin from Wanty Group Gobert, their general classification rider, who grabbed them.
A BMC question for you. How useful is Nicolas Roche going to be tomorrow with all the energy that he spent today?
I think they honestly won't be able to expect too much from Nicolas Roche tomorrow. And you would think that they're fully supporting Richie Porte, that it's a little bit strange on one hand to let Nicolas Roche go out and make such an effort, and Greg van Avermaet, when they don't have that much firepower in the mountains. But honestly, at the moment, Richie Porte just has to make sure he can either stay with Chris Froome,
who leads. No changes inside the top 10. Thomas, Aru, Martin, Porte, Yates, Bardet, Contador, Quintana. We're in the department of the and here it is. Pretty deep lake, this one. It goes as deep as 43 metres. Right at the heart of town. And we'll see a few other villages that we'll go through today where they base themselves around the lake. We'll skirt pretty close to Geneva as well, the famous French city on the border with France, with its wonderful lake. The white jersey at the front, that is Simon Yates. To the far right-hand side with the clear glasses on, which tells us the story about the forecast for today. Michael Matthews, how will he be feeling after a big day in the break yesterday?
I think he'll be feeling like most others who even weren't in the break, jaded, tired. But as you look at these pictures, the sun has come through. So that's just in the last 5 minutes since we spoke to our people at the start, said it was raining. So the sun has come through. So that's just a brief shower at the start. And hopefully for the riders, that will clear away. The roads will dry up very quickly because it is still warm out there. So although the rain is on the forecast, you see the road is still wet under the riders' wheels there.
Steamy.
They should dry up very quickly.
It was raining here in Chambéry at the finish line this morning, but now it's stopped, which is good news. And let's hope that it does stop and it dries up by the end of the stage. The limestone cliffs, you can imagine how popular rock climbing is in this part of the country. And the French rock climbers are amongst the best in the world. And rock climbing is going to be introduced to the Olympics in Tokyo in 2020.
A lot more adventure sports coming in, and of course cycling holding its place. But within cycling, some exciting news for the track riders. There'll be the return of the Madison. But we'll also see surfing introduced at the Tokyo Olympics, which gives some of our audience population more chances at medals. The Australians, the South Africans, and the Kiwis.
Celebration of some of the locals here at the start. They've got some impressive Winter Olympians that come from this area that have represented their country proudly, particularly in downhill skiing and cross-country skiing.
Speaking of downhill, looks more like a downhill speed record-setting bike.
It does.
Definitely not one for today's stage.
Not for climbing.
Unless it's got a big old battery in it.
It would need an engine to take that bike over the mountains today. Another chance on the zip line. I'm sure this is one of the great tourist attractions of the village. Don't drop that flag.
Ici, c'est l'Ain, and that is the department we're starting in. As I said, we go into the Haute-Savoie, cross back into the Ain, and then later on in the stage into the Savoie, where we finish.
A couple of rugby players are off to the side. In the south of France in particular, rugby is really popular. And we saw that image last year on the stage in Andorra with George Bennett, the Kiwi, who played a little bit of rugby as a kid, but he's the first to admit that he doesn't have the physique for playing rugby. He did have a spectator step out in front of him, and he did do a little bit of the hip and shoulder, kept himself upright. We hope that that spectator was okay. Marcel Kittel, the green jersey, didn't he survive well yesterday?
He survived very well. In fact, he looked comfortable. Even though he was beaten at that first, well, the only intermediate sprint by Andre Greipel and Michael Matthews, Did some great business for that green jersey, taking points with Arnaud Démare out the back all day long from almost the very start, first time they went uphill. And Démare just scraping inside. Oh, no, it's maybe a little unkind. 8 minutes inside the time delay. Quite lucky. There's a coefficient to decide the time limit every day. And luckily for Arnaud Démare, yesterday, due to not just the terrain, but also the speed of the race, they had 18% on top of the winner's time to get inside and beat the time cut, which in the end was 45 minutes. That's a big one, but today the battle will be on again.
Now look at the three riders at the front here next to the car. Nikias Arndt, Marcel Seeberg and Marcel Kittel.
Sprinters and big bodies.
And all Germans, where the race started, on the flatlands. They like the flat stuff. They're not too keen on the mountains. It looks like they're going to have an alliance. Different teams, same nationality. They want to get some control early for the sprinters so they can make it to the finish. We're just about ready to go.
Stop, départ réel donné, accélération immédiate.
And-
Wellens, l'équipe Lotto-Soudan.
An attack straight away from the start. It's Tim Wellens who goes. They're kilometre zero and they're onto the climb.
So much for the sprinters and those domestiques able to shut everything down, discourage breaks. Tim Wellens got himself to the front, and this is maybe why he was in that back group yesterday. As soon as he noticed, I'm not going to be in contention, I'm saving absolutely everything for tomorrow.
Une étape entre Nantua et Chambéry, 181,5 km à parcourir aujourd'hui, 181,5 km et 193 coureurs au départ, 193 coureurs au départ. The official start of the stage at 11:58, stage 9 of the 104th edition of the Tour de France. Stage between Nantua and Chambéry, 181.5 kilometers of racing, 193 riders at the start, and already some drop riders. Arnaud Démare is dropped. Arnaud Démare dropped.
And we can see he's got the same two guys with him. The Lithuanian national champion that sits behind him, that is Konovalovas, and at the front is Delage, the Frenchman. And we've seen this move by Tim Wellens at the front. And I am convinced that yesterday there was nothing wrong with Tim Wellens. That was keeping all his energy in reserve for today's stage. Clever, smart riding by Wellens.
In the Tour de France, as a guy who's built to go on the attack, hunting stage wins, you've got to pick your battles very carefully. And when you get the chance, save energy. As we look at this old ruin here,
From the glaciers, they made the most of this lake. It used to freeze over significantly throughout the winter months. And before major refrigeration, they would carve up the ice and they would sell it on to all the nearby villages. And Tim Wellens, he's not worried about what's happening behind him. He is taking a leaf out of the book of Thomas de Gent, full gas, and then see what happens. Then assess.
We talked about riders warming up before the stage, and I'm sure that Tim Wellens was doing that little bit more on the home trainer, as if he was getting himself ready for a prologue. Because even before Christian Prudhomme gave the real go-ahead, Wellens spotted the kilometre zero sign on the side of the road. He was already sprinting and is putting out a maximal effort to try and distance himself from the peloton. And hang on, this is Pinot.
It is Thibaut Pinot, who yesterday rode really conservatively, just like Tim Wellens. Simon Geschke is in amongst it. Bauke Mollema for Trek Segafredo. Well, Thibaut Pinot, he was a little disappointing, we thought, on La Planche de Belleville, but once he saw he couldn't win the stage, he calmed down. Yesterday, couldn't win the stage, he calmed down. Now he is on the move.
And he's on the wheel of Tim Wellens. In fact, moving significantly faster than Tim Wellens. The rest behind that group is starting to split up, and this is exactly what Thibaut Pinot has been talking about since the end of the Giro, where he finished 4th overall. He said, I don't think I'll have the form by the time the Tour comes around to ride for GC, but I do plan to lose time and go on the attack in the mountains. And here's an attack over the top of Wellens, whether that's just for the KOM. Yes, there it is. Andre Greipel, like many sprinters, struggling and just off the back.
Well, they're going to get themselves organised pretty quickly. Bouhanni is behind him. Démare clearly is behind him. There are other sprinters now also losing contact.
And that was Greg Van Avermaet just in front of Andre Greipel, so he's also paying for his efforts as Thibaut Pinot. He crests the Category 2 climb, the Côte de Nérol, as first. Tim Wellens over in second. More shots from the back of the bunch. This is Van Avermaet, Rudiger Selig from the Bora Hansgrohe team. So Greg Van Avermaet, the big aggressor early on yesterday. definitely paying for that effort. But also, BMC wouldn't have been expecting to be able to support Richie Port in the high mountains. For him, it's just about getting through today.
Across the top of the first climb, and Thibaut Pinot, who's led them over the top, a Category 2 climb, he's collected 5 points. He's made it pretty clear from the start. He wants to reach the podium in Paris, and he wants to reach it in the polka dot jersey. He's the leader of the King of the Mountains classification. At the moment, that jersey's been worn by Lilian Kalmajant, who has 11 points. If you lead over the top of every climb on today's stage, you will collect 70 points. Smart riding by Thibaut Pinot. He's been waiting for his moment, and now he is collecting.
That's still a very big group. A few riders able to get across to Pinot and Tim Wellens, but look at that single file. They've gone over the top. The gradient is now less. Ride a much higher speed and able to use each other to slipstream, even swap turns to get across this gap. We take in the vista of Le Plateau de Retour,
which is famous for its cross-country skiing throughout the winter months. Lots of mountain bike trails throughout here that you can use in summer. The hiking's pretty good, not just on foot, but also on horseback. There'll be hiking of a different kind today for everybody in the race. This, Robbie, as a sprinter. As we see a fall in the peloton. And that's Robert Gesink, who is one of them. The rider that you can see off to the left, the second place finisher from yesterday.
That's Manuel Mori from the UAE Team Emirates, I think, on the ground. And he seems to have a shoulder injury, and he is in a great deal of discomfort. Robert Gesink, second yesterday, and how quickly fortunes can change.
Chorlik is the rider from the Direct Energy team. And the rider is Manuel Mori from the UAE squad. Not much the mechanic can do at this point. It's all about the race doctor.
And looks very much like an injury to the collarbone.
Looks like race over.
It
so
does.
sad. He's been so active. He's been really good this year.
He's been very, very good, the experienced Italian. Very sad to see him go down. And, of course, those traumatic pictures of him on the ground. Maybe, well, even a little bit too much of that for my liking. So and let's hope he's relatively okay, but it's not looking good. A lot of trouble with that right shoulder of Mori. As at the front of the race, Simon Geschke, he's heading up the group with his teammate.
Lawrence
Tendam.
Pantano from Trek Segafredo.
Big front group.
Impressive front group. Rolich is there. Primoz Roglic is there, the rider in the black and yellow colours. It's a good group once again. Difficult day for Team Sky to control this one. And the teams with some of the big favourites for the overall classification, like Alberto Contador, Trek Segafredo, putting one of his key supporters into that breakaway group. 15 seconds is the margin. Alberto Contador today, he has a plan.
Well, I spotted a couple of Trek Segafredo riders in this group. Pantano was one. And they'll be trying to get them up the road for possible later attack by Alberto Contador. And there's plenty of opportunities to go on the attack in this stage with 3 all-category climbs, amongst others.
And one of the big fears about today's stage, as we enjoy the vista of the arm department, is potential crashes on the descents. And we've already seen a horrible one on the way up.
Well, you can see the roads are still wet. This is the peloton led by Team Sky. 19 seconds now for that group, and it's a thinned out peloton. Probably 3/4 of the peloton left here. Quite a big group off the front. It looks something like in the vicinity of 40 riders, so a little bit similar to yesterday, as they're on what you call the plateau in between these first 2 climbs. Over the Cat 2, very shortly, after 3 kilometres across the plateau, they'll hit the foot of the Category 3.
Manuel Buchmann is here again for the Bora team. This is Perichon at the front for the Fortunato Oscaro team. Volker Mollema, he is an important rider for Trek Segafredo. Lawrence Tendam is the next one to go through. Dylan van Baal has made the move. Pinot, Geschke. Warren Barguil in the breakaway again. Michael Matthews again. Langen. This is Wellens. Villemos, Pantano. Gramey has made it. Stieber is there. Galopin. Vauclair with the tongue hanging out. And at the back of the group, Betancourt is there. So too is Albertini. And again, can you believe it? In his 17th Tour de France, Will Sylvain Chavanel ever tire?
He is incredible after his efforts of yesterday in the first breakaway with Greg van Avermaet, then in the second one and the third one and the one after that. Faded later on in the stage. And yesterday, a special effort for him after winning at Station de Rousse in 2010, taking yellow.
37 riders in this group.
Tiago Machado here at the back for Team Katusha. Number 43 from Team BMC. That is Alessandro De Marchi. He was early on the move.
Abandonment of Manuel Amori. Also, according to the official race computer, the official race website, Robert Gesink, yesterday's second place finisher, has abandoned the race. Not the news we were hoping for. Certainly not the news Robert Gesink was hoping for. Yesterday, after the stage, he was full of praise for Lilian Kalmajan, who got the better of him. He said he heard on the radio the team told him that Lilian is cramping, and he said, well, he might be cramping, but I'm on my knees as well. They were both on their knees at the end, and Robert Gesink said nothing but good things about the winner of the stage, and then declared, I'll have my other opportunities later on. Sadly, today, they've come to an end. Thomas de Gendt in the red colours for Lotto Soudal. That was his teammate, Tim Wellens, who got things started from this group. Ten Dam is really committed to try and drive this breakaway. With 5 riders in the move, it is the biggest representation of any of the squads. There's Tomo Vokla bobbing and weaving out of the saddle in the black colours of Direct Energy. Kirienka at the front for Team Sky. We'll see a lot of Vasil Kirienka today, and there's Luke Rowe, who's directly behind him. So they'll be saving Luke Rowe for that Valley Road.
Matt, we spoke earlier about the presence of the Trek Segafredo riders in that breakaway with Jarlinson Pantano and Bauke Mollema, the domestiques for Alberto Contador. And this morning at the start, Alberto Contador said, it's not just about the last climb today. It's going to be very hard. It's going to be a grandissima stage. We've seen Alberto Contador, when he really puts his mind to shaking up the GC, he's not afraid to go on a long-range attack. And there's a perfect opportunity early in this stage with 2 massive all-category climbs halfway through. Could we see Contador take the risks?
Top of the climb, more points. Category 3, another 2 points collected for Thibaut Pinot. It was Thomas de Gendt who was trying to challenge him. So clearly Thibaut Pinot has ambitions for the King of the Mountains jersey.
That was one of the other things Pinot spoke about before the tour. Get in breaks, try and win a stage. And by getting in lots of breaks in the mountains, he said, I've seen it done so many times before. Riders win the polka dot jersey.
Simon Geschke in 3rd position. No points for Simon Geschke, but he's announced his objective. He'd like points for the jersey also. Primož Roglic just responding to this one, and with the group already so big with 40 riders, I wonder if anybody will take the initiative to try and force a split within the group. And now to 1 minute and 45 seconds their advantage. Once again, Sunweb going to the front, and immediately it is Laurens ten Dam, the most experienced man on that team who's made it into the breakaway. Michael Matthews slots himself into 3rd position. Surely today, Michael Matthews, with all the work that he did yesterday, will be one of the riders sacrificed from Sunweb early. He couldn't have recovered from that enormous effort. Emile Monard in the move for BMC. He's the rider down towards the back of the group. The green colours for Cannondale Drapac, that's Pierre Roland. Michael Albacini there for the Orica Scott team. Jesus Herrera, the Spanish national champion, along with Carlos Betancourt, number 24, the Colombian climber. Kozateyev has managed to make the move for the Astana team, the young Kazakh, who's on debut in the Tour de France.
And at the back of the peloton, Guillaume van Kiersburg, he's managed to make his way back on and hang in over the top of the Category 3. For the sprinters, the non-climbers, this is what you really want, to be still in this peloton over the top of these first 2 climbs. There's now a little bit of a plateau across the top. in fact what you might call it false flat, up the valley road before they get onto the descent proper. If you're in this group and you're a non-climber, you're now fairly safe against the hors d'oeuvre, the time cut of the day. If you've already been dropped right at the foot of the first climb like Arnaud Démare, you will be battling, and you need to be taking risks on the descent to get yourself back on the peloton. So when you get to that first all category climb, that's where the time starts ticking for you, because you're not only racing the peloton, but a high-powered break like in front. They are going to rip the minutes out of you.
For Contador, good climbers in the move for that squad.
Tim Wellens really throwing everything at this descent. You look at the gap going out now as we start to approach the 2-minute mark. And Tim Wellens, well, we thought possibly saving himself yesterday, getting a break today. He was the aggressor, the first one to attack, and then aim for a stage like this. But the amount of work that he's doing at the front, he's really pushing it. And any section he can pedal, he's really pounding it. Tells me he's riding for the others. I wonder if Tony Galopin is really in shape yet to go for a stage like this with that ankle injury sustained in the crash in that stage 1 time trial. I'm probably thinking Thijs Benoot, this young Belgian rider. He came out in his first Tour of Flanders and ran 5th. But then he's performed well in the mountains. He doesn't quite know what type of rider he is. We just know he's a strong one, and he's still discovering what his specialty is. But look at them getting strung right out this group under the pressure of Tim Wellens, really taking quite a lot of risks. And you see that little signal from Nicky Assant to his teammates, and Tim Wellens just pointing out to be cautious. And it looks like this may be a hairpin corner coming up, because they're really hard on the brakes, and that's why that signal. The peloton, they're well into the 60s. Way less risk.
The advantage for that leading group of 40, making its way out towards the 2-minute mark. The best placed rider overall in that leading group is Carlos Betancourt at 3 minutes and 17 seconds behind. And Sky, they will know that it's not Carlos Betancourt that's off the front to try and get the yellow jersey from Chris Froome. It's Nairo Quintana, who will be taking advantage of the fact that he's got Carlos Betancourt, his teammate, who's also his roommate, one of the other Colombians on that squad. With him in the break, Nairo Quintana today will be looking to make some sort of an attack. Good to see number 179 return to the rear end of the peloton. This is Angelo Chulik, who was involved in that fall with Manuel Amori and Robert Gesink. The other two, we're sad to report that they've both abandoned the race, particularly Robert Gesink with his second place finish yesterday. And, well, equally so, that's unfair, Manuel Amori with all the efforts that he's made in the breakaway. Fortunately, Chulik is still in the race and he's back with the main field.
Steve Cummings just in front of him, assumed his position back of the peloton, but Tim Wellens in the meantime on the front of the breakaway. And look at that acceleration out of the corner. Even got his own teammates under pressure. Tony Galopin, he is fighting to get back in the slipstream.
Would Galopin still be a little nervous on wet roads after his crash on the opening day in Dusseldorf?
Most definitely.
Did you ever play Colin McRae, Sony PlayStation rally driving as a kid?
Oh, you're showing your age.
And when you were trying to get around the corners and you're playing a computer game, you're leaning with it to try and get around the corner.
It's exactly what you're doing now watching these pictures, and you almost can't help it. I'm starting to feel a little bit of lean myself. But fantastic pictures from the moto, and Tim Wellens is using the motorbike also as a guide. Sees the moto go through the corner, how much it's braking, the lean it's got, the line it's taking as well. You've got to hope then that moto rider is a really good one if you're following the same lines. But Tim Wellens, well, maybe it's not working for the others. Maybe he's just trying to split this bunch. Like we saw yesterday, a group of 50, Greg van Avermaet said, too many for me, and he went again. Tim Wellens trying to split things in the descent. This could just be a straight-out attack.
He's taking some risks. He is sprinting out of every corner. 3 riders from Sunweb just behind him.
This is not working for the team. This is attacking and trying to split this group, and I think he's doing a very good job as those gaps open up. Tony Galopin in the background, and behind him, there is a much bigger gap. Tim Wellens, he is blowing this break apart at the moment on the descent.
So Tim Wellens still leading the charge. 3 riders from Sunweb behind him. Then Wellens' teammate, Tony Galopin, has returned to the peloton, being led by Team Sky, with Luke Rowe at the front of affairs. The big Norwegian just trying to survive over the top of the climb. A real charge for the maximum points. Villimos also wants them. This is the first of the all-category climbs throughout this year's race, and there is 20 points up for grabs for the person that's across the top in first position. A flick of the elbow from Villimos, a surrender. And the points are going up the road. At the back of the group, they're just hoping that everything will come back together again once they go over the top, and then they can stay in contact. Quick descent, and then onto the next climb. Primož Roglič, you can see the damage from the crash that he had a few days ago. A stage winner this year in the Tour of Romandie when he won the individual time trial ahead of Richie Porte. Super strong against the clock. He won a time trial at last year's Giro d'Italia as well, and was so close to the first leader's jersey there, the Maglia Rosa, the pink jersey, but just missed out by a split second behind Tom Dumoulin. He's opened up a handy gap. Doesn't look like he's got that steely vision through his eyes as somebody that wants to go on with it after he gets across the top of the climb. It's the points that are the priority, and Roglič collects them at the top of the Col de la Biche. And then it was Villimos, followed by Pinot, and Barguil in 4th position.
So the rest of the group make their way over the top of the Col de la Biche, around 1,300 metres above sea level. I've been asked if the Tour de France has a competition similar to the Giro's Cima Coppi, and yes it does. It's the Souvenir Henri Desgrange. He's the man who came up with the whole concept for the Tour de France.
And that's the prize for going over the highest point in the race. Who do you think?
Whoever's feeling the bravest on the day, I suppose. Skibar, definitely a good descender, fantastic bike handler, the former CX cyclocross world champion. Also news in, and a lot of gear buffs, they've been checking out all these details, all the information they can get. And it seems Chris Froome today is riding a 32 cog on the back. Not only that, dropped away from a 39 to a 38 on the front. But Froome really renowned for his high cadence of crash.
In the peloton. No, this is the breakaway, because that's Jesus Herrada who has gone down. And in the breakaway, the Astana team.
But there's an Astana bike laying on the road back there. This number 56, that is Kozhateyev, so that's out of the front group. The other bike, the other Astana rider off the side of the road, and I think
Lutsenko. That is Lutsenko that's gone off to the left. Kozhateyev, he looks to be okay. Herrada with a real grimace.
Well, we saw Villimos, and here he is now taking risks on the descent, going super fast downhill. That forces the others to take the same risk. And the front wheel just slipping a little bit on Villimos. Be very, very careful now. That's the first sign that this is getting really slippery. Those other riders come down already, and Villimos, he just continues to take every risk in the book.
For descending in the wet, how much of an advantage is it for Villimos with that mountain bike background? A silver medalist at the World Championships, the under-23 category. He's accustomed to the bike drifting and sliding.
It's a huge advantage for him. When you're used to things getting a little bit loose on you and staying in control, because it's about staying calm. When it gets loose and you tense up or touch the brakes, that's when you go down. You've got to be able to flow with it.
One of the key moments in the Tour de France of 2011 was the descent down into Gap, and the descent was wet. Now, Alberto Contador is a great descender in the dry, but not in the wet. And he went over the top of the climb with Cadel Evans. But Cadel Evans, with that mountain biking background in the wet, was able to gap Alberto Contador. He made some small gains on him. And for Andy Schleck, he really struggled, and he conceded more than a minute. And it can be that sort of day today. A lot can happen in the last 25 kilometres. As we see coming to the front, this is Cyril Goutier, who's followed by Romain Bardet, who is one of the best going downhill, as they're not far away from hitting the stretch where Villimos is now. They're 6.5 minutes behind. They know what is to come.
AG2R attacking at the front, and AG2R ready to attack also in the peloton. We've seen the damage done there to Astana riders down and Harada from Movistar under the pressure of Villamos. They've heard about what's happening up in front, how it's splitting. They're bringing Bardet to the front. Team Sky lined up behind. Richie Port now being brought forward. Also Dan Martin. They're all hearing what's going on in the descent and how technical and dangerous it is in these wet conditions.
And this is the home turf for AG2R Le Mondial. This is where their team is based. And they all rode here as amateur cyclists, at least the French ones. Lilian Calmejean now paying the price for yesterday. It was the best cramp in his career. And it was enough for him to be able to get over the top of it. A strong head on some strong shoulders. Great ride yesterday for Lilian Calmejean. And now the pace has really picked up. This is Eduardo Sepulveda, the Argentinian, all bandaged up from the Fortunato Oscaro team. Seen Romain Bardet, the abandonment of Jesus Herrera from that crash. He is the third Spaniard to abandon the race from a crash. 2 on the first day. One of them, Alejandro Valverde, one of his teammates, and Jonas Aguirre, a former teammate. So the Spaniards so far not having a good race. And it is 3 riders out in front from AG2R Le Mondial. Villemos, Daumont, then Bacalans. Last year at the Tour de France, and the stage that was won by Romain Bardet to Saint-Gervais, Mont Blanc, he attacked on a wet descent.
And this has whet his appetite. AG2R, what a team attack, pulling things apart up the front of the race in the breakaway. And can't wait to see the pictures of the peloton with Romain Bardet poised at the front. And the other teams might do well to try and just go up and over the top of Romain Bardet to be in front of him before he can go to the front. Because if he starts going down as fast as he can, it's going to force everybody to take risks. And I'm certain then, if that happens, somebody is going to come undone.
The UAE team down towards the back of the peloton. This is Durasek from the breakaway.
So these are riders who've been dropped under the pressure of Alexis Villemos out of this left-hander, trying to accelerate. In the distance, they can just see the remnants of the group.
Peloton.
And this is the peloton.
And they're going. It's Gutier at the front, followed by Bardet. They are trying to put Team Sky under pressure after the nerves of the crash one day ago.
Hold your breath. You saw what happened a few moments ago. There's already one wide in the corner. Keep watching in the background because everybody is under pressure. This is going to be making riders like Richie Port extremely nervous. Not renowned for his descending. He was very cautious in the wet opening time trial. Romain Bardet, he's trying to force a mistake.
This is Axel Daumont now at the front. Alexis Villemos just behind him. And then the chase is coming. It's Bacalans. Is it Benoot? It's Thies Benoot who is there
right,
for
Benoot.
Lotto Soudal.
Sunweb is there with one at the back, black and white.
Warren Barguil is the rider, and it's Pantano from Trek Segafredo. And on that stage in the gap when Peter Sagan did that amazing descent a couple of years ago, doesn't really narrow it down much, does it? Peter Sagan did an amazing descent. Hudson Pantano was the last guy to stick with him. He almost held on. Oh, these two off the front are working so well together. Daumont, in his first appearance at the Tour de France, is making an impact. 6 minutes and 11 seconds their advantage on the peloton, which has now been strung out under the impetus of AG2R Le Mondial. They've got 4 riders at the front of the peloton, 3 in the breakaway.
Well, Matt, you mentioned Jarlis and
Crash in the
Pantano.
peloton, a big crash in the peloton.
Thomas.
Geraint Thomas for the 5th or 6th time has gone down.
Same spot.
Right-hand turn.
Same place that just took out Harada and the Astana riders, the exact same spot on the road.
Here's a look back at it. The carnage, anyway, that has been left over.
Rafael Maker. Thomas.
And that could spell the end for Geraint Thomas.
This is exactly what was predicted to happen when Bardet went to the front. He'd heard about the descent. We saw the crash in the breakaway, and obviously that particular corner is greasier than anywhere else. The message didn't completely get through. Bardet's gone through, got everybody under pressure, and then the mistake has come. Thomas is down, and that had to be Rafael Maker. Had a teammate with him, back onto the bike, but not looking well.
And it may well have been Jay McCarthy who was with him. I'd like to go back and take another look at it, much closer look, as we whizzed by and it was blurred vision. Panic stations in the peloton under the pressure of AG2R Le Mondial.
And it's also happened right at the front of the peloton. Team Sky, Geraint Thomas would have been right there with them. Maker as well. This is potentially splitting the peloton. And a mistake off the road by the AG2R rider. Sideways and saves it before the pile of logs. Everything is so slippery and dangerous. They're almost taking themselves out.
But look at the attitude of Romain Bardet. This is Cyril Goutier who goes wide, straightens up to brake, keeps it upright. But watch the reaction from Bardet. One brief look across the shoulder, and again, it's full gas on the descents. Even when his teammates are losing ground, he opens up the throttle.
Matt, I've seen a bit in my time, but this is giving me goosebumps, and I'm on the absolute edge of my seat watching these riders. It's dry into wet, it's greasy, slippery sections, and we don't know what sort of damage this has done just yet. Romain Bardet, he is throwing everything at them down there. Chris Froome in the yellow jersey, and there are gaps everywhere. I'd love to get down closer and see where all our contenders are. Romain Bardet, he's piling it on.
With no margin for error. And this is not a race-winning move, but what this does is he wants, he's calling his teammates, come on, let's work, let's go. What this does do is it forces his rivals to at least chase on the Valley Road to the Grand Colombier. What a day.
This could be the move that blows this race wide apart. Chris Froome at the moment, he stayed upright. He's within line of sight of Romain Bardet, but he's forcing everybody else to take risks. We know Froome is there, but where are the others? Where is Richie Porte? Where is Fabio Aru? No sign of anybody yet. And the camera motorbikes, there's only one in front. The rest, we're relying on helicopter pictures at the front of the race. The breakaway being split under the pressure of Alexis Vuillermoz and his teammates. 3 riders trying, 4 trying to chase onto them.
Fabio Aru is amongst them, the Italian champion. Well, we know that Vincenzo Nibali was one of the great descenders in the wet and the rain. He still is. And he is the guy that has really assisted Fabio Aru early in his career. Here's
Richie
the chase.
Porte's there. Richie Porte is in this group. That looks like it might be Chavez because Yates is in the white jersey.
Followed then by the South African, Louis Meintjes.
This must be Kwiatkowski on the front
Could
because
only
Thomas
be.
is gone, and I would expect it could only be the pole. Richie Porte right in front of Chris Froome. Froome looking back to assess what the damage is. Chavez, Louis Meintjes also there, the South African. Fantastic effort from him, really on the ball. And the best part is he's still on the bike because there is quite a few others, I imagine, are not.
And I think also at the back of the group was George Bennett. The Kiwi. Pantano is in the group.
And look now, Matt, they're back in the sunshine, they're back on dry roads. So that particular descent in the wet split it to pieces. They get to the bottom of the descent. There's no valley road. They're straight on to the next climb. So Bardet and his teammates and anybody else in the front, they have a massive opportunity to blow away a lot of the contenders. I didn't see Contador and I didn't see Quintana.
And I can confirm that involved in that fall with Geraint Thomas was Rafael Maika. And a correction coming through from the race radio and the official website for the Tour de France. Jesus Herrada has not abandoned. He is back on his bike and he is racing.
Good news. Well, we said it yesterday during the final kilometres. The drama of the Tour de France never, ever ends. And just when you think everything's falling into a pattern, someone makes sure that it doesn't. Today it's Romain Bardet and his AG2R team. They are ripping the Tour de France apart, and this is a very elite group formed at the front now.
And there are 3 riders from Sky. You can see the yellow helmets with the white jerseys, but there's no yellow jersey of Chris Froome. He's further back, and this is Kwiatkowski. He's the best in the business going downhill in the absence of Peter Sagan.
I think that might be Caruso in second wheel with Richie Porte. Chris Froome, Chavez, trying to look further back in the group.
He's not stressed at this point, Chris Froome. He knows the gap's not too much. And Kwiatkowski.
Roads are dry now.
It's safe-ish again. It's all relative. Simon Yates is there, the white jersey, the leader of the best young rider classification. Louis Meintjes has been so patient. He's ridden so smartly so far, and he'll be looking forward to the big mountain.
Behind Chavez, 2 positions behind Froome. That was Cyril Gautier who went off the road. So I'm thinking that Romain Bardet is still in a group in front of the Froome group, and they are chasing hard to get back on terms because they're about to swing on to the next climb, the Grand Colombier, and there is the gap between those 2 groups. Kwiatkowski time trialling to try and narrow that gap down. A lot of AG2R riders in the front to give Bardet that advantage on to the next climb.
And we're inside 100 kilometres to go. 97.5, that's at the front of the race. And look at how the peloton is completely blown apart. This group with Chris Froome will come back together to the group that contains Romain Bardet. But there's been some nervous energy spent at the very least.
And it's also going to be a matter of figuring out who is there and who has missed out. A lot of these riders will start to look around, assess the situation and see who is not in this front group. And if they get up there and see, well, there is no Nairo Quintana, there is no Alberto Contador and other favourites for the top 10, they'll go. Aru, he is in the front. Dan Martin is in the front. And did I spot a Movistar jersey just hiding in there towards the back? There is a now of Team Sky. Nairo Quintana was actually in front of the Froome group.
The rider from Astana you saw just getting caught, that was Lutsenko, who was in the breakaway and crashed.
Alberto Contador is not here.
We look for the Trek Segafredo colours, trying to spot a red helmet. There it is. There's a red helmet just behind Chris Froome. Would like a closer look, Robbie?
I'd like a closer look, but I'll trust you.
This is the front of the race. Pantano at the rear of the group. In the red colours for Lotto Soudal, the man that you'd forecast. It is Tish Benoot.
Didienka, Andre Amador, Roman Kreuziger. So this race absolutely split to pieces. And it's AG2R, the big aggressors. They're on home turf. The team base in Chambéry. And of course, they've done so much training in this area and they will have scouted this particular stage on a number of occasions. They raced it also in the Dauphiné last month. And the Mont de Chat was the most talked about aspect of this stage, and in particular its descent. They decided not to wait for the moment everyone was expecting and waiting for. AG2R, they've sprung a surprise, and there are a lot of people now on the back foot.
Once they get over the top of this climb, they then have the descent, and from the base of the descent, it's around about 35 kilometres on the Valley Road to the base of the next climb. Here comes Alberto Contador. So given the length of that Valley Road, Robbie, I can't expect any enormous attacks on the col of the Grand Colombier.
No, that's not the place to go yet, but AG2R know that they've
Hang on,
really
Alberto,
made an impact. He's
look
back.
at the left elbow.
So
Blood on the left elbow. Alberto has clearly been involved in a fall.
But able to make a quick return.
With his former teammate, Roman Kreuziger, now riding for Orica Scott, and 5th on yesterday's stage. The Grand Colombier. The long, one of the most famous climbs in the history of the Tour. It's only 8.5 kilometres long, but the average gradient is almost 10%. Time to calm composure with AG2R Le Mondial on the front now. How much of the responsibility they take, not in this group, but back in the peloton.
They've got to take the responsibility. They made the attack, but once they look back,
they'll see that all the favourites are there. They may decide, all right, it was a good try. We put the cat amongst the pigeons. Everyone's here except for Maker, who crashed. They might want to just save their energy and wait for later.
And news coming through, courtesy of Race Radio, Geraint Thomas has abandoned the race, suspected broken collarbone. He's in an ambulance.
Terrible news for the man they call G from Team Sky. A huge blow to the team as well. And I think his third or fourth crash already on this Tour de France. Fifth, you say, Matt? I'll go with that. The man who wore the yellow jersey won the opening time trial in Dusseldorf. He's hit the deck a number of times this year. Really unlucky, Geraint Thomas. Crashed and injured in the Giro, pulling out to be here in the Tour de France to help Chris Froome. Things were on the up. Things were looking great. A historic moment in his career, taking the yellow jersey. But it's all end of the Col de la Biche. And what an up and down season Geraint Thomas is having.
The roller coaster of emotions. This is Tiesj Benoot. 16% is the gradient. The 23-year-old Belgian, followed by Warren Barguil, who we saw in the breakaway all day yesterday. And this is the second group on the road. Number 24 in the blue colours, Carlos Betancourt. He's the best placed overall. Michael Matthews is still there. He sits behind Simon Geschke. The rider at the back, number 37, that is Bauke Mollema. The red colours, Danny Navarro. In the black and yellow, that is Primož Roglič.
Well, Matt, two things that surprised me here. Michael Matthews and the way he is climbing with these guys on this stage, just incredible. The other surprise is that Carlos Betancourt, firstly caught out by the attack of Villemose, okay, but I'm surprised at the moment that he hasn't made a bid to go across to this front group, which is now starting to offload some of its members. The pace of Barguil and Benoot, that has got too much for one of the riders from AG2R. And they are the team of the day so far. Where now Chris Froome is comfortable behind the rest of his teammates, but will now know via Race Radio that he'll be missing Geraint Thomas for the rest of the race.
And look at the men around him. Fabio Aru, the Italian national champion, in red with Richie Porte, white with the red helmet on Alberto Contador. The men lining up trying to take him on. In front of him, Romain Bardet is the one at the moment who is laying down the challenge. This is Cyril Goutier at the front of the group, the man who had it sideways. It looked like he was riding his BMX down into the garage and doing a back wheel skid with a foot brake. He managed to keep it upright, thankfully for him, and certainly thankfully for Romain Bardet. Our leaders now, it's dwindling. Tiesj Benoot, Alexiou Villemose, Jarlinson Pantano, and on the left in the black and white colours, it is Warren Barguil. Water bottle from the side of the road. What's your read on that?
Well, there's a crash just there, Matt, in the peloton.
And that is Contador. It is Alberto Contador asking for a push from a spectator just to get him started. That's all fair. Chavez, and just in front, Nairo Quintana has been held up.
Prize for the weakest push in history goes to the guy who knocked him off. Let's see if it was. Holding the camera. No, Contador's just hit a wheel.
No.
So he's blaming someone else.
He was hit from behind. Alberto was hit from behind. With another look at that, it would be great.
He was almost not, he was not quite to the ground when he was already pointing the finger. So, okay, that wasn't the guy that knocked him off of the camera, but it was still a weak push.
Not happy with this. This is Caruso from BMC. He is the key man for Richie Porte on this stage. And now Ben Gastel, the Luxembourger, is coming through to the front.
This is a really big turn of pace from Gastel. Might look slow, but it's 22%. This is the section we saw a few moments ago, the steepest part of this climb. And at the back of the peloton, yep, I'll say it again, that back door is open. Wobbling across the road, Gautier into his own teammate.
Matthias Frank and Gautier almost coming to a grinding halt. 88, that is Kreuziger, the new recruit across to Orica Scots.
103, Gianluca Brambilla from Quick Step Floors. Well, at the front, they just keep pushing on away. 6 minutes and 7 seconds in front. Villemose, Barguil and Tiesj Benoot.
The chase from behind, Primož Roglič. He's in the black colours, making some ground. He's about to collect. Jellison Pantano, Mollema and Navarro fighting on. This is Perichon in the white colours, now being caught by what's left of the peloton. It's just a select group. Ben Gastal was the man at the front setting the tempo for Romain Bardet. Pierre Latour is still in this group, one of the teammates of Romain Bardet, towards the back with the yellow shoes, number 17. And he is in second place in the race for the white jersey with Yates, number 89. Contador, what a day of drama for Alberto Contador. He returns after his second crash of the day. Number 61, Louis Meintjes, he's still there. Has not put a foot wrong. A top 10 finish last year for Louis. He said yesterday was a nice stage. And finally, he could make all the big sprinters suffer after he's been suffering throughout the first week. That was the Colombian champion, Sergio Henao. He's under pressure. So AG2R Le Mondial at the front, turning the screws. They're sending teammates of Chris Froome in the opposite direction. They're isolating the yellow jersey slowly.
And they know that's what they need to do. Watching previous years, the Sky team has always had a stranglehold on the race. They're able to set such a high pace with so many riders. And when there's 5 of them doing it, if you want to attack, you've actually got to get past the 5 first, not just one guy. So you've got to try and offload them. That's exactly what AG2R are doing a very good job of it at the moment. Question is, once they get over the top of this climb, big descent, 35 kilometres on flatter roads, a Category 3 just before the final climb. But what are they going to do then? Hold back, keep going, try and start placing attacks. I'd love to be inside the team car of AG2R right now.
Navarro at the back of this second group on the road, calling for a fresh water bottle. They can see the leaders or the flotilla of cars just behind them. Sharing of the workload out in front, the Trek Segafredo team providing a bidden for the rider from Cofidis, and now his car arrives. Mollema collects a bidden. This is the front of the peloton. It's Ben Gastal. Strong climbing at the front with a lanky rider from Luxembourg. We've said that before about riders from Luxembourg. He looks like he could almost be one of the Schleck brothers. Bardet behind him. The first of the riders in the white colours from Sky, that was Kwiatkowski. Number 31, Alberto Contador. Behind him in green is Rigoberto Urán. And Bennett is still there. Meintjes, Yates, 3 riders fighting for the white jersey with Pierre Latour. He is sprinting. He's still got quite some distance to the top of the climb, around about 4 kilometres, and he is sprinting to stay on the wheel. Roglic going forward as Barcelance gets dropped. So too Navarro. Tête de la course, we go to the front of the race. Villemos is now under pressure. Feels like they're on the final climb and there's 5 kilometres to go in the race in the manner in which it is exploding.
Well, Matt, this stage so far is delivering everything it promised when we looked at the profile. Sometimes a stage that looks this hard on paper can be a bit of a fizzer because everyone's too scared to attack. Well, today, thanks to AG2R, with a break up the road giving its share of the excitement, AG2R, on behalf of Romain Bardet, have blown this race apart, although pretty much all of the favourites, with the exception of Rafael Majka, who fell, they've all been able to scramble back into contention. So it's falling back into a pattern again, but it's brought the lead back to 5.5 minutes. And look how small that group is now.
I can't remember the last time with 90 kilometres to go that we've seen the group containing the yellow jersey so small. 3 teammates there for Chris Froome, 2 still there for AG2R's Romain Bardet. And look at the fight of Pierre Latour. He, in his own right, the man in the yellow shoes, is fighting for the white jersey, but he doesn't care. He's battling for yellow for Bardet. One of the most famed climbs in the Tour de France. spectators are always so vocal on these sorts of climbs as Barguil. Points for the King of the Mountains jersey. He's had clear ambition for those throughout today's stage. I wonder whether we'll see Tish Benut's challenge for them. They can just about see the arch at the top of the climb. There it is, it awaits. And Warren Barguil is collecting 20 points in the battle for the King of the Mountains jersey. And he will move into the lead. Tish Benut in second position. A chance for them now to try and get their composure. Warren Barguil pretty happy with the situation. 2 days in a row, one of the big animators. At the very least, he must get the award for the most combative.
Oh, he's been incredibly active in this stage and over the last few days, as well as the rest of what was the breakaway comes over the top. Splintered. Primoz Roglic over the top, Bauke Mollema now over the top as well. And I wonder if those front two, Barguil and Tish Benut, will just take an opportunity to take it a little bit easier, eat, drink, not take any risks on the descent initially and wait for that group to catch them and have a 5-man group working together, because it's a long descent, but after that 35 kilometres until the foot of the Mont de Chat. Third yesterday, won the sprint, actually attacked them right at the end and grabbed the 4-second bonus.
Have you been impressed?
I have.
I've been impressed. He's got a university degree in philosophy. He hasn't been full gas on cycling until the last 24 months, and he's emerging as a brilliant climber. The chase is on. These are the three that are in the second position on the road. Mollema in front, Willemoz in second position, Roglic in third, and the two leaders, they're waiting. Not waiting exactly, but they're not taking any big risks because there's 35 kilometres on the Valley Road, and those extra couple of riders will be really useful. No use trying to hold them off at this point, because they need them to work together to maintain that 5:21 advantage. As Team Sky come to the front of the peloton at the top of the climb to collect some drinks. Emil Monar from BMC, he's now been caught. That's the advantage of having a rider in the breakaway. So all of a sudden, Richie Porte has got two teammates with him. Kreuziger fights to hold on. Couple of risks on the descent, he'll be fine. He's a former junior world champion in cyclocross. He goes down better than okay.
He'll come back. And they'll be very happy to hear that so far this descent is completely dry. Tish Benut, Warren Barguil, Aero tucking down, and here comes Mollema, Willemoz, Roglic. We now have a group of 5 at the front of the race. 5 minutes 53. Haven't really given much away at all to that group of favourites. They settled back into a rhythm on that climb. AG2R still pushing the pace, leading the peloton. But I'm sure now they're starting to think, let's back Willemoz. Let's try and win the stage. And back in the group here, try for Bardet. Think back to the recent Dauphiné in June. Oliver Naesen was in the breakaway on this very stage. It was a replica of the Tour de France stage. AG2R decided to chase the break with Naesen in it because they said, we're riding for Bardet to win the stage in the team's home base. They chased him down. Naesen was actually the last one of the group caught. Had his own team not chased him, he would have gone over the top and descended to stage victory. As it turns out, Bardet was dropped. Aru and Fuglsang first over the top. Froome and Porte chased them, caught them. That was a 4-man sprint. And Bardet and AG2R were left with egg on their face. I wonder if they're thinking about that now. They've got a man in the break, chase or not chase.
Much better to make a mess of it in June than in July. Full credit to AG2R Le Mondial today. They have taken the race on. They've grabbed it by the scruff of the neck. Now on this descent, it's dry, and there's that 35-kilometre Valley Road. They're not setting the tempo at the front. They're allowing Team Sky to come through, and this is Mikhail Kwiatkowski, who's still going really quickly and posing a few problems for a couple of his teammates. The gap then opening up to the yellow jersey of Chris Froome. I'm pleased to report it is still dry at the finish line in Chambéry. for now at least. 5 minutes and 48 seconds, the advantage for this leading group of 5. Villimos, number 19 at the back of the group, who took all the risks on the previous descents. Roglic in the black colours, in front of him is Mollema. It's Barguil and Benoot, the 2 leaders. Tish Benoot is the rider in the red. And Thibaut Pinot in the white colours. Looks like he's got a mechanical problem. He has. Race Rodo just calling for Mavic neutral service for FDJ. Rear wheel puncher for Thibaut Pinot. That's so unfortunate. He's been in the break all day long, and then he's found himself in the group with the yellow jersey, and he gets a rear wheel puncher and slips backwards.
Well, Matt, we spoke briefly about Hugh Jackman and tweeting to the Orica Scott team. He's not the only actor on board with cycling. Just noticed Eric Banner's following the race. Eric, welcome to the action. Now, we know you love to ride a bike. Welcome to the Tour de France action today, along with everybody else there watching wherever you are in the 50-plus countries that this broadcast is going to. We're trying to keep an eye on all your respective riders from all the nationalities.
Well, in particular, New Zealand, George Bennett, outstanding. The less we see of him to this point, the better. And Louis Meintjes, flawless. The 5 leaders doing battle for the stage victory, and they're all in with a real chance. Alexis Villimos relaxing at the back of the group this time, not taking the risk that he took on the previous descent. Bauke Mollema has got such an awkward style through the corners. The way he sits back, the knees go out.
I've always said you're so polite. Awkward style.
How would you describe it?
This is a family show, Matt.
Fair enough. This is the group of chasers. It includes Carlos Betancourt.
He's not the prettiest rider to watch, but he's very effective.
He's good. He's been 4th in the Tour of Spain. He's won the points classification there. He's been top 10 here at the Tour de France. He's very good. In fact, 5th in the Tour de France a couple of years ago. Last year he was 2nd up until 3 stages to go. Then it all went pear-shaped and he finished 11th.
Go on with it from here. Due to the lack of cohesion behind it, now the chase is coming. Pantano was leading the rest of the group to try and come back. Matthews from 200 out, no competition.
No reaction from Tony Galopin. He made it pretty clear early that he was going to give the points to Michael Matthews. But Barcalanci does want the 2nd place as he goes across the line to collect the minor placing. Galopin in 3rd and then Geschke in 4th. 20 points for Michael Matthews. He's still got a lot of ground to make up in the race for the green jersey, but the chase for green is on. He now moves to 52 points behind. Third in the sprint finish a few days ago. In the breakaway through the Jura Mountains yesterday, into the Rhone Alps today, and Matthews is out in front again.
Matt, to put that in perspective, 20 points at the intermediate sprint, that's the same amount of points Michael Matthews gained by finishing 3rd on the stage 2 days ago. That's a big result, and that's a good way to peg back the lead of Marcel Kittel, but he's going to need to do that a number of times throughout this tour. So Michael Matthews, I expect, will try to get in many more breaks like this. And there we go. Barkelans, Galopin, continuing on, using that gap they got for free, going over the top, trying to leave the rest of the group behind. Textbook.
Well done, Michael Matthews. Mission accomplished today. The 20 points collected. Good day for Sunweb. They've still got Warren Barguil in that group. At the moment, anyway, current situation, he is the leader in the race for the King of the Mountains jersey. So they're challenging for the points, challenging for the King of the Mountains, but not for the yellow. That might come another year when Tom Dumoulin for that team targets this race. Barkelans again on the blue factor bike. He is a factor in the Tour. This is his teammate, Villimos. Both of them have been out in front all day long. And for Barkelans, it's the 2nd day in succession. Tish Benut in the red colours at the rear of the group. Danny Navarro also in red, but a different team. Kofidis, he's at the front. And these two are going. This is a serious effort. It wasn't too far from here in the town of Oyonnax, where in 2014, Tony Galopin broke away on his own. There was a climb near the end, and then he descended down to the finish by himself to win the stage solo and take the yellow jersey. Fond memories of the area for Tony Galopin, and he is trying to relive them. We won't significantly reduced peloton. And BMC tactically today, they have done well. On the back of the criticism for part of the move yesterday and the fact that Nicholas Roach is one of the riders that surely they could have been saving to support Richie Porte. They've done well today, and Richie Porte is in a good position. Through the vineyards. The last couple of days we've enjoyed the Champagne region into Burgundy. Today we head through the Savoie. Barcalant out in front. This is a Category 4 climb. He'll be collecting 1 point in the race for the King of the Mountains jersey. Galopin, no points. He's not interested. At the intermediate sprint, Galopin, he told Michael Matthews, don't worry, I won't be sprinting. Tony Galopin has got one objective, the stage win. Whether it's for him or Tish Benut, who's in the second group on the road, it doesn't matter. A stage win for Lotto Soudal is the sole objective for Tony Galopin.
Oh, this has been a great move by these two riders. As we said, coming up to that intermediate sprint was Matthews who attacked. So he caused that initial split in the group. Simon Geschke, he followed the other two. Galopin said, don't worry, I'm not going to sprint. I am going to use you guys to help me get a little jump on the rest of this group, sneak a little lead. As soon as you're done sprinting, I'm off.
Volker Mollema back with the team car from Trek Segafredo. They're on the Amonda bikes today, the Trek climbing bike, and he'll need it. He'll need good legs. Michael Matthews leading them across for the Sunweb team, doing the job in support of Warren Barguil. It is an eyebrow-raising performance of brilliance from Michael Matthews.
Still quite a significant gap there and over the 30 seconds at the moment. So we look here at that Royal Abbey of Hautecombe, right on the banks of the lake. Beautiful building.
And it's got many of the tombs of lots of the famous counts of the Savoie, and the last king and queen of Italy are actually buried there. It was founded back in 1125. It obviously had some destruction throughout the French Revolution, but it's been well and truly restored ever since. What a beautiful spot on the side of the lake.
How's the serenity? Here in the bunch, Michael Kwiatkowski, the pole from Team Sky. Mikel Landa in his wheel, and content just to have this group just over 3 minutes. Doesn't look like they're intent on catching them, just keeping a lid on things and staying relaxed as they head towards this final climb.
Who 1 year ago, he was riding for the Orica Scott team. The start of his career, he was with Rabobank. A tough decision by Orica Scott to let Michael Matthews go. I wonder what they're thinking about that decision now.
A little bit more intensity coming now from Team Sky. Just look the way Kwiatkowski's railing these corners. He's got no other way of descending. A few days ago, in fact yesterday, sorry, you saw him leading the bunch down and Chris Froome miss a corner. Kwiatkowski, he's forgotten that already.
Because he wasn't the one that missed the corner. He was fine, no problems for him. Galopin, a look across to his breakaway companion, Jan Barcalant. The gap now big enough to have the team cars come up alongside them. They're out to a lead of 1 minute and 2 seconds. This is the climb that they're heading towards. It's the big hill of the Cat, Le Mont de Chat. And it's the descent that people have been talking about as much as it is the climb. And thankfully, Mother Nature is smiling. It's not raining Michael Matthews. An exceptional job done today by Michael Matthews. Mission accomplished with the 20 points at the intermediate sprint in the race for the green jersey. He's done the job for his teammate Warren Barguil, who's in that second group. And now somehow he survives through to the finish, and a much-deserved rest day awaits. Galopin, the picture of concentration. Barca-Lance making the most of the option, sitting on the wheel to take a drink. I've no idea how they got there. It's going to be a tough journey to come back down. What a wonderful view from the top. We return to the race into the Valley Road as they head towards that climb. Barca-Lance and Galopin, both meant to have won a stage, and as a result of their stage win in the Tour, they've managed to get themselves a stint in the yellow jersey.
It's back wheel. Bauke Mollema, he is starting to gap the rest of this group. The man who performed so well last year in the Tour de France. He's on a mission to try and get the stage win, and the others are struggling in his wake.
Mollema has got the clear green light as a teammate of Alberto Contador to go for the stage victory. I wonder what that says about Contador's confidence. Normally he'd ask everybody to ride for him, but still for Mollema, he has to catch these two. And Galopin is not looking across his shoulder. It's not any support from Barca-Lance he wants. He can't do anything about the chase. He's just getting on with the job at hand.
And look at that time gap now, Matt. Only a few moments ago, it was still over 3 minutes. 2 minutes 20 now, the gap being given. It is tumbling, and they've only just started the climb. Galopin and Barca-Lance still 8 kilometres to go to the top with just 2 minutes 20. I think they're all going to get caught. Galopin, he gets rid of Barca-Lance.
It's been a big 2 days for Jan Barca-Lance. When we got a chance to have a look at the size of that yellow jersey group, it was so small.
It was small. I was surprised to see Barca-Lance performing so well today after being amongst the action already on a number of days. But yesterday he had a really tough ride. Tony Galopin, he's been the man we've seen suffering so much through the first week. He's now feeling a lot better, but he's not out of the woods yet. 2 minutes 18 lead over the peloton, led by Colombian champion from Team Sky, Sergio Henao.
Chris Froome in yellow. You can see the Italian national champion, Fabio Aru. This is Alexis Villemos, who's been on the break all day long and has run out of steam. That descent that he did, it was frightening for others. This now is Danny Navarro. Next on the road is Primož Roglič. And the cars are going forward. They're trying to clear out. Tish Benoot has been given the freedom to chase. Warren Barguil is going across to Bauke Mollema. No retreat, no surrender for Barguil.
Big attack by Bauke Mollema, immediately creating a very good gap. But Barguil almost doing the sky ride. Stay at the tempo, one you know you can hold, and steadily ride your way back across the gap. The grimace on the face of Galopin. He's gone solo 7.5 kilometres to the top of this climb.
Mollema desperately sticking with the young Frenchman, but it's another Frenchman who's further up the road, and it's Tony Galopin. Barguil, to win the stage today, he needs to get away from Tony Galopin, because Galopin is quick.
Barguil needs to leave him far behind. Jan Bakelans, he's found a second wind. He's hanging just off Barguil, but I don't think that's going to last too long. Barguil, as he gets to Galopin, he turns the gas handle open, that throttle wide open. He knows he's got to get rid of him. This is Brambilla. He's now off the back of the group of favourites. And Barguil, he has gone alone. Galopin looking back. Bakelans stalled, Mollema bobbing and weaving, but it's Barguil, so smooth. The Frenchman, the pure climber on the Mont de Chat.
And now Tony Galopin, that was all that he had. He tried to survive on his own. He just went too deep. He was clearly in the red. And now he's in the smoke zone.
Really blown a gasket. From Galopin.
Now the race is on for yellow. There's a problem for Chris Froome. A rear wheel puncher for Chris Froome by the looks of it. And Fabio Aru has attacked. What happened first, the mechanical or the attack? Well, it doesn't matter to Fabio Aru because he's going. It's Quintana, it's then Ports, it's the Airv waiting for Froome.
The drama never ceases in the Tour de France. Just when it's looking all smooth sailing for Chris Froome and Team Sky, mechanical as Aru attacks. Richie Porte, he's come up to the back wheel of Nairo Quintana. They pass Pantano. Aru looking behind. Would he know? Chris Froome, he's got the bike change, being pushed now by the mechanic, staying fairly calm. Clicking the computer back onto the front of the bars, but he now has a chase back to the other big pre-race favourites. And if he gets there, Chris Froome will not be happy.
There will be steam coming out of his ears.
There'll be hell to pay.
And Aru is still got enough composure to have a carbohydrate gel. So he is not full gas just as yet. The chase is being led. Bardet, hand is up. And
Aru's behind.
Aru attacks when he sees the hand go up from the yellow jersey. This will be the story of the rest day. The hand went up, and that's when Aru attacked.
Oh, we've not heard the last of this one. Chris Froome will be hell-bent on revenge. Won't surprise me if he has a little word and then attacks.
Well, he's got teammates. Directly in front of him is Niervi. It's then Landa and Henao. Richie Porte has gone across, but he has not moved. Quintana likewise, the same for Bardet.
They all are thinking the same thing. You've got to follow Aru in case he keeps going, but they're not going to contribute. They're not going to continue with the attack. It's one of the unwritten rules of cycling, let alone the Tour de France. You do not attack the yellow jersey when there's been a problem like that. There may be some people out there say, no way, open slather, go for your life. That's racing. Most of these favourites don't work like that. And Aru, he is now disgusted with the others.
And Richie Portes is getting them to slide. Did you see Dan Martin going to the front to have words with Aru?
Aru's just created a whole bunch of new enemies.
The whole group that's inside the top 10 overall. Here comes Chris Froome. Dan Martin goes to the front, and he's the one. And George Bennett is still there, the Kiwi. So too, Alberto Contador just trying to hold on.
Now neutralised at the moment, Chris Froome. This is a nice break for him, as if he needed one. But he's going to make his way back on, but not without the initial panic. You saw the hand go up, waving gestures, trying to get that red car of the organisation out of his way to get a spare bike. But the other favourites, gentlemen that they are, took control of the situation, reined in Fabio Aru, and I think at the moment he's having a good think about, whoa, what have I just done?
Here's another look at it. Hand up, Aru attacks under his armpits.
Oh no.
And Quintana was right to stick with him. Likewise,
Froome's back.
Froome is back, and Fuglsang now attacks. But he waited. Astana, a teammate of Fabio Aru, is attacking. The man who won on this climb in June at the Dauphiné.
It's all about timing. Froome was back with the group. Then Fuglsang goes. But he knows that Chris Froome needs to recover from the effort he's made to come back. They had a really hard ride to come back. Fuglsang, tactically, perfect.
Spectator, please hop out of the way. Just in time. This is Sergio and now at the front. Team Sky, they've assumed control. Fabio Aru, when does he go next? He's looking across at the yellow jersey. This is Pantano. Not relevant. He's been in the breakaway all day long. It's what happens at the front that counts. Caruso is gone, so BMC at the head of the race. This is Warren Barguil. Richie Porte is on his own.
And after all that, Warren Barguil is still holding a 2-minute lead over the peloton. 31 kilometres to go. The top of the climb is at 26 kilometres to go. Another 5 kilometres of climbing, and the toughest sections come towards the top. There's 2 kilometres at 12% before the final kilometre at 9%. Bauke Mollema with Jan Bakelans in his wheel, back in the peloton. Order is restored. Chris Froome never looks comfortable, but he's back in control.
And at the rear of the group, number 17, Pierre Latour. 5 kilometres to climb. And the two chasers, they are at 23 seconds behind Warren Barguil.
This is Navarro trying to hang on to the back.
Contador, Alberto Contador is also under pressure. He's losing ground, and it's still Nieve who is setting the tempo. Contador will not be a challenger for the yellow jersey this year. 10 years since he first won the Tour de France, and Alberto Contador, he won't be wearing yellow in 2017. His former teammate, Danny Navarro, straight on by.
But not before. A few little words from Navarro, if that was encouragement. Come on, follow me, get back on. Alberto Contador, his goose is cooked.
Does this mark the end of the career of Alberto Contador as a contender for Grand Tours?
Yes.
And the beginning for Warren Barguil.
1 minute 42 for the Frenchman from Team Sunweb. They've worked so hard as a team to set this up with so many riders. 5 in the race. Naru goes again.
And this time, it's not courtesy of a mechanical problem for Chris Froome, who is flicking the elbow. Porte now closes the gap. Does Porte go? Yes, he does. The attack by Richie Porte. Froome knows he has to respond because Porte is the key threat.
Half a length. Chris Froome, head down, head up, looking ungainly. The Sky teammates go overboard. Plenty of others. Richie Porte, Chris Froome, Nairo Quintana. Uran is still able to follow as well. Tony Gallopin been passed now.
Benoot.
By Jakob Fuglsang, who presses on. And Richie Porte, he is the man now, putting the race under pressure and pulling it apart.
It's still 3 kilometres of climbing for Warren Barguil. As for teammates, well, that doesn't matter now. It's Porte versus Froome, Quintana. And now we see at the back, the white jersey of Yates. He's with George Bennett. This is Mollema. He'll now be waiting for Contador.
And Richie Porte just applying the pressure. Chris Froome out of the saddle, which we don't see much. It tells you how steep this climb is. Quintana, Uran, Louis Meintjes comes back past Contador, and Meintjes staying within himself, riding his rhythm, not going red. It's smart. He's an intelligent rider. Porte now swings over to assess the damage. Dan Martin rides his way back into the group.
And Fabio Aru tries to sneak away. Not a vicious attack by Aru. He's trying to sneak away, and Chris Froome says, that's not happening on my watch.
Not after you attacked me under the armpit when I had a mechanical. Fabio Aru back to the front, effectively setting the pace behind his own teammate, Jakob Fuglsang from Astana.
And barely rated a mention throughout the race, Rigoberto Uran is still there. Uran for Cannondale Drapac, twice second in the Giro d'Italia. He can challenge.
Brief respite, all looking at each other, assessing or trying to how much the rest are suffering. Chris Froome in the middle of the group, but keeping himself on the open side if he can. Richie Porte reaches for the bidon. Dan Martin, at the moment, happy to be there. Warren Barguil, 1 minute 20 after that flurry of attacks. Now, just about a kilometre from the top of the Col de Chat, the Mont du Chat.
And this is Jakob Fuglsang. Fond memories of this climb in June. And Dan Martin now goes. Second on stage 5 to La Planche de Belleville. Fourth in the overall standings this morning. And with the abandonment of Geraint Thomas, he's moving up, but he wants to go further. It's Richie Porte who makes the most of it. Porte goes. It's a small gap. No looking back now for Richie Porte. Now he does. Froome is there, clutching.
Everybody able to respond. Richie Porte, 2 digs now off the front. Real test is the first one longer than the rest. Alberto Contador getting hot under the collar. Louis Meintjes, he can see them in the distance, but he can't reach them.
Warren Barguil, they're clearing motorbikes and vehicles out from behind him.
And that's Jakob Fuglsang is the man coming closer and closer. The group of Chris Froome at 1:18, Jakob Fuglsang at 1 minute. This flurry of attacks is starting to pull Fuglsang back, and it's Richie Porte again.
Porte, gas on, gas off. When does he break the elastic? Martin is starting to slip backwards. A small gap, but Froome reels him back in.
Was interesting to see Dan Martin was the man struggling. He came back and attacked immediately. He's the first man to drop again. Fabio Aru
Now
back
it's
to the
Froome.
wheel.
Froome now goes. The others have tested the water. Do they want to swim with the champion? It's Froome in front. Porte can stick with him. They know each other so well. Aru, Quintana, both paying the price. Romain Bardet fights on. Quintana is gone.
Like we saw on La Planche de Belfi, when it really comes down with the best attack, Nairo Quintana can't match it. Fabio Aru is paying for his efforts, and I'm sure Chris Froome, when he hears Aru is getting dropped, that's music to his ears.
But Aru is playing his own tune, and he's trying to fight his way back.
Froome, Porte, Uran, Bardet, Aru trying to get back. This is Jakob Fuglsang. His attack now neutralised by the man in yellow.
Chris Froome at the front. Here comes Fabio Aru, the controversial figure of the day. The Italian national champion. He was the hero on Wednesday. Jakob Fuglsang caught now by the calm Chris Froome. And only 49 seconds the advantage for Warren Barguil.
I think for Barguil to win, he needs a minute when he goes over the top. If Chris Froome decides to put this group under pressure on the descent, as he did in the Dauphiné a month ago, that'll wipe out the lead of Barguil completely. And from the bottom of the descent, it's still 13 kilometres to the finish.
Warren Barguil almost at the top of the Mont du Chat. They're behind the barricades. He knows he's close to the top. And still a kilometre for Contador. At 2 minutes and 38 seconds behind. 2 minutes and 10 seconds behind the yellow jersey group.
Barguil shifts into the big chain ring as he's about to crest the Mont du Chat.
The look across the shoulder. He knows the chase is on from the yellow jersey. But for Warren Barguil, it'll be 20 more points in the battle for the King of the Mountains jersey. He'll be on the podium this afternoon, but will it be for the stage victory or just the polka dots? And now you see the group being led by Jakob Fuglsang and Rigoberto Uran, doing it easily enough to zip his jersey up at the back of the group. Dan Martin sprints over the top for second place. Now they start the descent. Biddens collected by most of them, and Rigoberto Uran, he doesn't want to get caught behind anybody. He doubts on the way down.
Fabio Aru trying to squeeze his way to the front. Look at that, past Uran, about to pass Richie Porte. The place to be, the back wheel of Chris Froome. Porte knows it. He's going to have to fend off Aru. It's like they're coming into a sprint finish.
Nairo Quintana, risk and reward. He needs to take some risks on the way down. 47 seconds behind. Warren Barguil holding on to just a 10-second lead. He's sure to be caught, Warren Barguil. Can he possibly still win the stage? 25 kilometres to race. If or when he's caught, he needs to sit the wheels and somehow try and recover any little bit he can. For Alberto Contador, the race completely changes.
The race is slipping away.
He can only hope for stage victories now. Even a place in the top 5 looks like it may well be beyond him.
He's going to struggle to be in the top 10 as these riders now take on the descent of the Mont du Chat.
This is Barguil out in front. He's opened up. He was 10 seconds. He's now out to 17.
He's got to hope for that stalemate, that Chris Froome just takes control but doesn't push things. And Chris Froome has got to be wary of the fact that it is 13 kilometres to the finish when they get to the bottom of this descent. He's going to have to save some energy to fend off any possible attacks of the rest of this group. I don't think he can afford to go down here too quick.
Nairo Quintana.
Let's hope so for Warren Barguil's sake.
Quintana has to attack this descent. It's now a good road surface though. It looks like it's been redone since June in the Criterium de Dauphiné. Here comes Contador with Bauke Mollema. It's a huge deficit. 2-time winner of the Tour de France. It won't be a third. Tough day today for Alberto. He's had a crash. And Port is down. So too is Dan Martin. Richie Port is on the deck. Dan Martin is with him. And again, the danger of this descent. It's one that everybody feared.
This is the day that everybody's feared. Here we see it. The left-hander, Port off the road.
Dan Martin over the top.
Dan Martin unluckily taken out. It's a heavy, heavy fall.
That's a horrible crash for Richie Port.
And it's the end of his Tour de France.
The most important thing now is the well-being of Richie Port. The dream of the Tour de France can wait another 12 months. Horrible images from the Tour de France, heartbreaking images from the Tour de France. Richie Port's health is the #1 priority.
Just devastating pictures.
There was always a risk on this descent, and it was the descent that everybody feared. We don't need to see it again. Dan Martin also so unlucky. He's talking. He's talking to the doctor. That is the best news you can hope for from a horrible situation. And Chris Froome, it has not slowed him down. Froome, in the yellow jersey, is still flying down this descent.
Well, unfortunately, Richie just got that apex completely wrong. He was off the road to the inside of the corner. And as he fell, it catapulted him across the road again towards the embankment. Unfortunately for Dan Martin, he was right behind, ploughed straight into him. Dan Martin has tried to remount and rejoin. Under this pace, I doubt he'll be coming back. And Richie Port, he'll be leaving the Tour de France today in an ambulance. And we keep our fingers crossed that the damage is limited.
Meanwhile, at the front of the race, inside 20 kilometres to go, it is Warren Barguil. Here comes Froome, Fuglsang, Aru, Bardet, and Rigoberto Uran at the back of the group. Whatever updates we can get, we will bring to you straight away. That's Fabio Baldato, the sports director for BMC. We don't need to see it again. Dan Martin looked as if he got up reasonably quickly. Fingers crossed that he is also okay and able to continue his dream in this year's Tour de France.
Warren Barguil still with 15 seconds over the group, led by Chris Froome. The yellow jersey of this Tour de France. The group of favourites with him, minus Quintana, minus Contador, who is a long way out of it now. It's Rigoberto Urán at the back. Romain Bardet still in this group.
And Dan Martin is back up and riding, and he is somewhere between this group and Nairo Quintana. And Quintana is roughly 35 seconds behind the Froome group. So Dan Martin somehow has got himself back up really quickly, and we're basing that on the GPS tracker from Dimension Data that provide the details to the official race website. Froome, Bardet, Aru, Fuglsang and Urán. I hope for the sake of Dan Martin he's able to return to this group. Rest day tomorrow, and I hope that the injuries aren't too severe, as attacking at the front now is Romain Bardet is attacking on the way down.
And Jakob Fuglsang, he seemed to miss the apex of that corner too, went wide, left a gap. Fabio Aru now trying to attack past his own teammate to try and close the gap down. Romain Bardet, he seizes an opportunity. Warren Barguil, 22 seconds, extended his lead slightly.
Just a little bit the advantage for Warren Barguil. And Rigoberto Urán at the rear of this group. Bardet has opened up a gap. Urán is trying to get around Jakob Fuglsang. Look at the gap that's been opened up by Romain Bardet. Despite the horrific crash of Richie Porte, Bardet is still fearless.
And I wonder how aware these other riders are of that crash. They will have heard it happen, but they won't have seen it. They won't have had time to give much of an assessment. The ones at the back of the group, they'll know who it was. But Bardet, he hasn't seen a thing, and he's undeterred.
He knew the risks coming in, Romain Bardet. Courage is having fear and confronting it. And he's got loads of courage, Romain Bardet. There has to be fear on this descent. There's plenty with Jakob Fuglsang.
And Fuglsang dropping further and further behind, and he is now in big danger of being completely dropped by this group. We saw him miss a corner and back his own teammate off, and now he's losing contact completely.
The former under-23 world mountain bike champion, even he is having problems on this descent. That's how quick Romain Bardet is on the way down. Froome, Aru, and Urán are doing the chasing.
It's one thing getting down a descent quick, but as we've seen, it's another thing keeping the rubber side down. It can happen at any moment. And Fuglsang, he's obviously thinking it's not worth the risk, and will try to chase back on when they're done with this descent.
It's a big gap, though, that they've opened up on him. That is going to be a mighty task on his own.
It has been a controversial inclusion into this Tour de France. Hasn't been used in a very long time. The stage in the Dauphiné was an experiment to give the riders a chance to look at it. It worked out then. It's been a disaster today for Richie Porte.
And Bardet is off in the distance. He has opened up the gap. This is Barguil. Barguil, the brave of Brittany.
We see the descending of Barguil. He's cornering okay, but into that corner, way too high a gear. So sluggish out of the corner. He's got to change down the gears as he's doing his braking. Accelerate like a sprint out of every corner if he wants to win this stage. 15 kilometres to go and just 2 kilometres from the bottom of this descent.
And then it's a long run through to Chambéry. He'll have his countryman, Romain Bardet, chasing. And Bardet is at 13 seconds. Bardet is at 12 seconds. Here he is, last year's second place finisher. He's attacked last year at the Tour de France to the base of Mont Blanc to get himself to second overall and to win a stage was by attacking on a descent in the wet. It's dry today, but he's still on the charge. Froome, Aru and Uran. Cannondale Drapac. Rigoberto Uran.
Well, Rigoberto Uran back where he hasn't been for quite a while. That's the team director of BMC, Fabio Baldato, with Richie Porte's helmet in his hand. The medical team transferring Richie across to the medical van, and it's a good sign, if there is a good sign, that they're able to transport him by road and don't have to bring the chopper straight in. You've got to take the tiniest positive things out of this situation in what is just devastating for Richie Porte, for his team, for his family, his supporters, all the fans.
Our thoughts are with Richie and everybody at home in Tasmania watching, particularly his family, his parents who will be watching. Our fingers are crossed for all the best for Richie. Bardet at 9 seconds, quickly closing in. Jakob Fuglsang has made it back.
Once they've got to the bottom of this descent, you see they look at each other, they're talking. Froome, that signal with the finger, let's join forces, turn it around, swap turns. We need to catch Romain Bardet. In the chase behind Bardet, they're also going to narrow the gap of Barguil significantly with 13.5 kilometres to go.
Two riders here from Astana. Fabio Aru at the front. In second position, Jakob Fuglsang. Then for Cannondale Drapac, it is Rigoberto Uran, the yellow jersey Chris Froome. Here goes Barguil.
What's really against Barguil and really against Romain Bardet, two Astana riders, Fuglsang and Aru. Chris Froome, he's not prepared to let anybody go. He'll contribute as well. Rigoberto Uran, for me, the question mark, how much will he do and how badly does he want to win the stage? If he wants to win the stage, he can afford to just take a little bit of a back seat in this group and let the others do the work.
This is the risk taker, Romain Bardet. Now Fuglsang is at the front of the group and Froome is at the back.
For Warren Barguil, the quicker this group can catch Bardet, the better.
I think Bardet will catch Barguil before this group gets back up to Romain Bardet. And then, once he's caught Warren Barguil, if you could get into his earpiece, what would the instructions be?
Sit on.
Pretty simple. And he has every right to. Here he is. The look across the shoulder. He knows the catch is imminent. Romain Bardet is almost across to him. But even though he's close, he's not quite surrendering. Here comes last year's second place finisher. He has animated the race today, Romain Bardet.
You might say sit on, but at this point, if Barguil wants a real chance of winning this stage, he actually needs to cooperate with Bardet, or they're just going to get caught by the group behind. So Bardet is caught in a difficult situation. Do enough work to stay in front, but do less than Bardet, enough that you can hit him at the end and take the stage win. Bardet, he's on a mission. He wants it all.
He does. He's charging through. Time bonuses, you need to factor those in. In the overall standings, Romain Bardet is at 47 seconds behind, and Barguil is not interested in sitting on. He knows numerically, I'm better to sprint against one than I am to sprint against five. So he's working with him. There's a little lump to come.
This is that steep little kick up, bottom of the descent, and then a 500-metre long pinch. The chasing group is now on it, led by Fabio Aru.
Mechanical problem for Rigoberto Uran, and he's only got neutral service. The gears aren't working.
He's bent the derailleur tip, so the piece that attaches the rear derailleur to the frame is bent. It's caught in the wheel, just been pulled on and straightened as best as he can by the neutral service from Mavic. That is pretty good Bush mechanics. Hopefully it's enough for Uran.
The French version of MacGyver working for Mavic. This is Bardet and Barguil.
He's got to be careful when he straightens that derailleur tip. They snap off so easily, and that could be the end of Rigoberto Uran on this stage. Bardet pushes on. Barguil under pressure to hold the wheel.
It's an attack again by Romain Bardet. All cards on the table ahead of the rest day. Here he goes, and Warren Barguil is cooked. Kaboom! He explodes as Bardet is performing brilliantly.
The bit between the teeth that chain of his in his mouth. Romain Bardet and Rigoberto Urán has done enough to get the bike back in working order, but look at the gear he's in. It's stuck. He's got to make the best of this. Get over the hill and just follow the rest into the finish.
The gears are not working at all. He is stuck in an enormous gear. His legs would be screaming. Speaking of screaming, Romain Bardet is boisterous off the front and is yelling with his legs.
Barguil looks for help. There is none coming. Bardet powers away from his compatriot, and Romain Bardet riding towards the home of his team, AG2R Le Mondial. While behind, Fuglsang drives the group.
Indeed he does. Lots of support on the side of the road for Steve Cummings. The Sky banner as well for Chris Froome. And look at that, Rigoberto Urán has got 2 gears. It's the 11-tooth sprocket at the back, and it is either the small chainring or the big chainring.
And he also needs a lot of luck for that to hold for the rest of this stage. Because when your equipment's like that, it's a very slim margin between it just hanging in or just completely blowing apart. Doesn't have a sprint.
He's caught though, it's all together, just outside the 2 kilometre mark.
Warren Barguil says, so you're telling me there's a chance? Well, all these riders look at each other. Of course they want the time bonuses. That's a disadvantage for Barguil. All he wants is the stage win. Chris Froome, he's starting to limber up the legs for a sprint. Same stage in the Dauphiné, he messed it up. He got beaten. He wants to make amends and get a stage win in this Tour de France. He doesn't have one yet.
Not yet. The last corner is a tight right-hander with roughly 750 metres to go. A couple of roundabouts still to negotiate.
The question now is, when do the others stop working, leave Chris Froome to do the pace setting and start to think about the sprint? Fuglsang's not. It's more like an attack than anything else from Fuglsang. A big acceleration. Urán goes with him. Urán is not slow. For a climber, he's rapid.
When Warren Barguil won one of his stages at the Tour of Spain, it was in a sprint finish at the top of a mountain ahead of Rigoberto Urán with a broken shoe buckle.
We saw him earlier today beat Thomas de Gent.
He's quick. He's got some kick. Well, it's all relative amongst the climbers anyway. Warren Barguil will be on the podium. King of the Mountains jersey and most combative.
Does he wait for the sprint or go a last-ditch attack? He doesn't choose to go now. Slight hesitation in the speed. Urán. Froome goes through. Fuglsang in his wheel. Look how technical this run-in is. Last kilometre.
One left-hander, then a right-hander. It's Froome on the fronts. And the time gains ahead of Quintana and Dan Martin are important as Warren Barguil is suffering in the slipstream of Fabio Aru.
Froome tries to ride them out of the wheel, takes it through the corner as hard as he possibly can. He's got a gap. Rigoberto Urán at the moment trying to get back on terms with Chris Froome. He's not away. The group's back together. Aru in last position. Fuglsang in third. Chris Froome, he's going to line them up for the finish. Just over 500 metres to go. Froome, Urán, Fuglsang, Bardet, Barguil, Fabio Aru at the back.
Fuglsang goes. And Rigoberto Urán with that mechanical problem, he cannot accelerate. The gear is too big. Fuglsang, just like in the Dauphiné, he's opened up a gap. They're still charging. Urán is coming and he's grimacing, but Fuglsang is smiling. Has he smiled too soon? They're on him. And Warren Barguil is still in with a chance. Here comes Rigoberto Urán. Bardet is coming. It's Urán. It's Barguil. Barguil is coming. It's Barguil, the brave of Brittany. He gets the win. Photo finish.
Barguil. They're calling photo finish, but for mine, he was coming back over the top. Fuglsang went early, got the gap. Urán stuck in that big gear with a mechanical problem, and the Frenchman who's been out the front all day long, the man we all wanted to see win, has come back over the top. We're going to see the photo. For mine, he got there.
We'll get to that in a minute. Here comes Dan Martin with Nairo Quintana. It's then Simon Yates, George Bennett, Mikel Landa. They're not sprinting for placings, they're sprinting to minimise the losses. Such unfortunate luck for Dan Martin, being involved in the crash with Richie Porte. Nairo Quintana just didn't have the legs, but this is the best day ever in the mountains for a Kiwi, and Bennett wants to finish it off. George Bennett has been enormous today. He closes it out and finishes in 6th position on the Queen stage at the Tour de France.
Fantastic ride by the Kiwi. Warren Barguil, the tears are flowing.
And so they should.
They've told him he got there.
We have to go to the flash interview.
I really want to see this replay. Off the front, caught, dropped, returns with the group, and a last-ditch throw at the line.
Here comes Alberto. He's got Bauke Mollema with him, Pierre Latour, Sergio Henao is there. Roglic is the rider from Lotto NL Jumbo. Caruso at the back, Villemos from AG2R Le Mondial. And Caruso, what a horrible day. It must have been heartbreak for him when he went past Richie Porte.
For the whole team.
For the race.
For the race, for the sport. So much preparation, so much training since last year's race. That's when the preparation started for this year's Tour de France. And in the blink of an eye, I'd be curious if we could get pictures to see the detail of what actually happened going into that corner. I'm not convinced that Richie Porte just fell on his own going off to the inside. I had the impression there was a little bit of contact. Here's the photo. It's actually Uran.
Rigoberto Uran by that photo.
It's not Barguil.
Rigoberto Uran. So the officials have been taking Warren Barguil backstage. He's been in tears. He'll still be on the podium with the King of the Mountains jersey, but there'll be different tears. This is Louis Meintjes now coming through with Tish Benoot and Mikel Nieve.
Maybe that was the tears from Barguil, but he'd been told that he didn't win. Still has to go to the podium, but he fought so hard. Benoot, Nieve, Louis Meintjes. Difficult day for the South African.
2 dramatic photo finishes in the one edition of the race. Rigoberto Uran is the winner of the stage. Warren Barguil in second, then Chris Froome with a time bonus. It's Bardet in fourth, Aru, Fulsang, Bennett, and then it's Landa, Martin and Quintana. Head-on picture made it look like Warren Barguil. That's the one we were calling.
Well, Matt,
the celebration from Warren Barguil.
Oh, no.
The celebration.
Premature. Here's the throw. And indeed, you can see it clearly there. Uran's done enough. Barguil was coming back over the top. The two men who were most up against it to win the stage are the two that fought it out in a photo finish. Barguil on the attack all day, caught, dropped, brought back to the front, and then that mechanical issue for Rigoberto Uran.
General classification, this is how it shapes up. It is Froome with an 18-second buffer now on Fabio Aru. 51 seconds to Bardet. Rigoberto Uran has emerged as a factor in fourth at 55 seconds.